Claro, porque está el relé, exactamente. Mira, ahora debería de dejar de llegar por el canal de español. El idioma uno ahora debería de dejar de llegar porque lo he activado. Bueno, si el compañero de interpretación podría hablar por el canal uno, por favor. Hola, sí, yo soy el canal de sala. El compañero está hablando por el canal uno español. No, en el idioma uno debería de llegar otra persona, Juanqui, en español. ¿Vale? Vale, y por el idioma 2 debería de llegar Yodo porque
Buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone.
¿Dónde está Lucas?
So where's Lucas? Come here, Lucas.
Good morning to each of you. We're in for a great treat this morning. Our dear friend and my associate, Lucas Rojas, will now come to the podium and sing 2 songs. Okay? So good morning to each of you, and those of you watching online. This is the second day of the 29th Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. It is our mini prayer breakfast, which will consist of 2 songs, and El Señor Victor Gonzalez will give a prayer. So Lucas is going to sing first, and then we will have the prayer. Okay? Go, Lucas.
Thank you.
Vamos a hacerlo de nuevo. Un poquito más fuerte, por favor. Renuévame, Señor Jesús, ya no quiero ser igual. Renuévame, Señor Jesús, pon en mí tu corazón, porque todo lo que hay dentro de mí necesita ser cambiado, Señor, porque todo lo que hay dentro de mi corazón necesita más de ti. Renuévame, Señor Jesús, ya no quiero ser igual. todo lo que hay dentro de mí necesita ser cambiado, Señor, porque todo lo que hay dentro de mi corazón necesita más de ti, porque todo lo que hay dentro de mí necesita ser cambiado, Señor, porque todo lo que hay dentro de mi corazón necesita más de ti. Necesita más de ti. Necesita más de ti. Necesita más de ti. Amén. Fidelidad es grande, tu fidelidad incomparable, nadie es como tú, bendito Dios. Grande es tu fidelidad. Grande es tu fidelidad, grande es tu fidelidad, grande es tu fidelidad.
Thank you, Lucas. He struggled over a sore throat to do that. Victor Gonzalez will offer a prayer.
Lucas, in Spanish. I don't know if you might be aware, but I think this is the first time we have a breakfast in the Congress or in the Senate in Spain, as far as I know, in the last 40 years. So this is quite a unique occasion. And thank you, Robert. Okay, let's bend our heads. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters in faith, as we gather this morning in a spirit of humility and hope, let us take a moment to reflect on the deep challenge facing our world and lift our hearts to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you recognizing the pain and suffering that weigh heavily on so many. We pray for peace in Ukraine, where war continues to shatter lives. We lift up the mayor of Odessa. Grant him and his team strength, courage, and wisdom as he leads his city through these trials. We remember the conflict in the Holy Land, Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, and all who endure violence, displacement, and despair in both seen and unseen places. We pray for our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Strengthen the Nigerian leaders gathered here today, Lord, and equip them to be instruments of protection and peace, putting an end to the persecution of Christians and all acts of hatred. We lift up Venezuela, Cuba, Bolivia, Nicaragua, where so many voices remain silent in their cry for freedom and justice. We remember the unjustified imprisoned and those who suffered the same persecutions elsewhere. Grant them courage, comfort, and the hope of liberation. Lord, we ask you to guide the leaders of the world, those present here today and those far away. Fill them with wisdom and compassion. May they lead not through ambition or fear, but with a steadfast commitment to peace, justice, and the dignity of every human life. May we, as believers, be faithful instruments of your will. Bless the families of the fallen, the displaced, and all who suffer. May they find solace in your presence and strength in the love of those who serve in your name. Finally, Lord, we entrust our plans, our challenges, and our future to you. Illuminate our path, unite our hearts, and help us build a world that reflects your peace, mercy, and truth. In the holy name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Victor. Great way to begin. So we'll have our first panel on transnational threats and border insecurity with the Honorable Mariano Federici, Senior Managing Director of K2 Integrity, former President of the Financial Intelligence Unit in Argentina, and former Chairman of the Egmont Group. Professor Jose San Martin, University of Alicante, Honorable Victor Gonzalez, former member of the Parliament of Spain. Gentlemen, the dais is yours. And Honorable Federici, you first.
Wonderful.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Estoy listo.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Robert, thank you, Victor, for that wonderful prayer, and also Lucas for that wonderful voice, which really set a peaceful tone to start the day at the second day of the forum. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, members of Parliament, and representatives of our democratic institutions, I want to speak to you today about an issue that has been generating headlines across Latin America, and that is quite revolutionary in the fight against some of our main threats in the Western Hemisphere, which is the designation of major Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations by the United States. This decision, which was announced earlier this year, marked a profound transformation in how we define and respond to organized crime. No longer are these groups treated merely as transnational criminal organizations engaged in profitable but localized criminality. They are now classified under U.S. law as foreign terrorist organizations in the same legal and operational category as ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Hezbollah. This change has real and profound implications. As transnational criminal organizations, cartels can be prosecuted, surveyed, and sanctioned. But as FTOs, as foreign terrorist organizations, material support becomes a federal crime, whether that support takes the form of weapons, services, logistics, financial transactions, or even inadvertent commercial engagement. Asset freezes are automatic. Immigration restrictions and extraterritorial jurisdiction follow. And U.S. law enforcement is now authorized to use the full scope of counterterrorism tools, intelligence operations, extraterritorial indictments, and financial warfare. This decision was not political symbolism. It was a legal, operational, and diplomatic rupture, and one that reshapes our obligations across the Atlantic and beyond. The cartels in question, most prominently the Jalisco Nueva Generación Cartel and the Sinaloa Cartel, the largest criminal organizations in Mexico, are not merely trafficking organizations. They are de facto insurgent groups with military capabilities, territorial control, and an unrivaled capacity for corruption, coercion, and social penetration. They govern through fear, co-opt local and national institutions. They assassinate journalists and judges. They wage asymmetric warfare against both the Mexican state and international partners. Their networks now extend far beyond drugs into human trafficking, illegal mining, extortion, cybercrime, and control of global supply chains. But their most dangerous weapon is not their firepower. It is their ability to launder power and profit across borders through the global financial system, banking, trade, real estate, logistics, and cryptocurrency. And here a central enabler also emerges, as I mentioned yesterday in my speech about China. The Chinese networks. Chinese chemical suppliers have become the backbone of fentanyl production, shipping precursors, often labeled as industrial inputs, through Hong Kong, India, or directly to Mexican ports like Manzanillo and Lázaro Cárdenas. Once synthesized by cartels, the final product moves north into the United States, Canada, and increasingly Europe, fueling an overdose crisis of mass casualty proportions. Meanwhile, Chinese underground banking systems are laundering cartel proceeds through parallel value systems, circumventing capital controls, using trade-based schemes, and offering anonymity in exchange for commissions. The result is a strategic convergence of Mexican violence and Chinese financial opacity, convergence that is now formally recognized as terrorism financing architecture. This brings us to the U.S. rationale for FTO designations. The U.S. administration has made clear that cartels are no longer simply criminal threats. They are national security threats, and their financial, logistical, and chemical supply networks represent an existential risk to public health and the rule of law. Fentanyl, Robert, has killed over 100,000 Americans per year in the last few years. No terror group has infiltrated that level of harm, and the state capture effects these organizations generate in Mexico have now spilled into global commerce. By invoking the FTO designations, the U.S. is signaling not just enforcement escalation, it is asserting strategic parity between cartel networks and terrorist organizations. This move brings with it a paradigm shift in legal exposure for foreign banks, commercial actors, and state institutions engaged with Mexico. Let me be clear. This designation has already begun to reshape the global financial landscape. Most Mexican banks lack the internal capabilities to understand the risk of providing, even inadvertently, material support to designated terrorist organizations. There is no culture of proactive financial intelligence. There are no structured regional risk maps. There is limited use of network analysis or enhanced due diligence in cartel-dominated territories. Banks operating in states like Guerrero, Michoacán, and Jalisco may be unknowingly servicing front companies, cartel intermediaries, or laundering pipelines. And yet, U.S. law does not require intent. Recklessness is sufficient to trigger liability. This leaves Mexican banks vulnerable to loss of correspondent relationships, asset freezes, and criminal proceedings. But the risk does not end in Mexico. Foreign banks, especially Spanish institutions that operate in Mexico while maintaining U.S. correspondent accounts, are also exposed on both sides of the Atlantic. If a euro-denominated transaction clears in dollars, for example, it passes through the U.S. financial system. And if that transaction is later linked to a cartel-affiliated entity, the bank may be liable for material support, even if the transaction originated in Madrid, Mexico City, or in Brussels. The threat is clear. Spanish and even European financial institutions must urgently assess and reconfigure their risk posture in Mexico, not later, not when it is convenient, but now. The private sector is not exempt. European companies, especially in construction, energy, infrastructure, agribusiness, tourism, and logistics, may be operating alongside municipal contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers with covert cartel ties. These firms often operate in cartel-dominated areas or in the industries, which is now pretty much most of Mexico, where land control, security, or transport depends directly or indirectly on cartel acquiescence. FTO designation makes these interactions legally explosive. Any commercial relationship that can be construed as facilitating material support, security services, real estate leases, warehousing, financial facilitation can trigger U.S. sanctions, criminal liability, or reputational collapse. So foreign firms must implement FTO-specific risk assessments, contractual disengagement protocols, beneficial ownership and network screening, and contingency planning for reputational and financial exposure. And yet, in the face of all of this, we see a dangerous institutional standoff. Mexican authorities claim they have received no formal guidance from U.S. counterparts on how to manage the implications of FTO designations. U.S. agencies on their end counter that it is not their role to instruct foreign governments on how to manage their risks. Meanwhile, the cartels adapt, they restructure, they exploit the vacuum. This posture of diplomatic distance and strategic ambiguity is unsustainable. It fails to support the very institutions we seek to strengthen. It isolates legitimate businesses. It fosters confusion in the financial system, and it emboldens the cartels who thrive precisely when the state hesitates. The path forward is not abstract. We must establish internal financial intelligence units in Mexican and regional banks, invest in intelligence-led compliance, create a U.S.-Mexico, and why not also EU, public-private financial integrity partnership, reestablish a bilateral illicit finance dialogue with full private sector participation. But above all, we must recognize the value of shared information and technology platforms. The most effective weapon we have is not a drone, a raid, or a sanction. It is the real-time sharing of actionable intelligence across institutions and borders. Platforms that integrate law enforcement alerts, trade anomalies, beneficial ownership registries, blockchain analytics, watch list-based AI risk scoring. This is the future of financial security, and it must be built cooperatively. Colleagues, we must stop pretending that we have time. The designations have been made, the liability landscape has changed, the rules of engagement have shifted. Our choice is no longer between action and inaction. It is between shared resilience and fragmented failure. This is not just Mexico's challenge, it is ours, Europe's, America's, and the global systems. If we allow these networks to operate unchecked, we risk the very foundations of our financial integrity, our border security, and our democratic institutions. Let us not waste this moment. Let us meet the threat with clarity, courage, and coordination. Thank you very much.
Outstanding. Well stated. Thank you so much, Mariano. We will now hear from Professor Jose San Martin at the University of Alicante.
Thank you, Mr. Pittenger, and congratulations for the forum. Thank you also for this perfect work. And this is an extraordinary occasion for Spain also. I'm going to speak in Spanish for different reasons. Now I have to translate my original paper in English to Spanish. La desinformación es una guerra.
So misinformation is a war, a full global war, and it is part of a network that comprises many different elements. We need to take into account that it's a part of a whole, not the whole in itself. The whole is the subversion, the delegitimation, and of course to promote radicalism through the irrationality expanded in society. That means generating figures of hatred and of course the cultivation of hatred as a political asset, but not just in that scope, but also in the media. And that's quite important because hereafter the problem will worsen, it will not improve. And I'll explain why quite briefly. And I'm going to explain that in Spanish to be a bit quicker. So it's about creating black beasts, an old historical figure. So misinformation is based on creating black beasts that somehow manage to unite the hatred, the fury, and all the negative elements cognitively against an idea, a person, or even an institution. So it is about looking for culprits, whether they're innocent or not, that's indifferent. It's about generating internal and external division. And thereafter, we need to take into account the aim is to infiltrate ideas and people who are toxic within decision-making areas. And that's key. That could be done through the media, the press, politics, different elements. And it's a product. The way to fight misinformation is very simple. The first victory of our enemies is to make us believe that it's a cultural or political combat. But it's a crime. We're talking about criminality. We're not talking about a strictly intellectual or political debate. It's got nothing to do with politics. It's a toxic acid which is poisoned, and it tries to subvert the order, usually democratic, in a country to delegitimize institutions and achieve further objectives. How can we revert that? Because it's a product, and that product responds to economic parameters. We always have economic interests on the line. It's not done for free. That could be done by an individual who's in love with a Hollywood star, for example, but in 99% of cases, there is a economic and mercantile purpose, and of course a desire to conquest the power and to colonize the territorial power, even the business power sometimes. We should not forget that. There's always something behind, and the key to the investigation is to discover what underlies and crush it, destroy it, just finish with it, literally. We need to destroy those toxic sources of money that move everything. So what's the problem? One of the most important problems is that parties in democracies confront each other and use misinformation. They're all against the misinformation going against them, but they're not so much against misinformation damaging others. In that way, mercantile misinformation as a product, as a global product, is successful because always some politician will say, go ahead with it. That goes, that doesn't. Either we have a pact with all the countries at the state level, or misinformation will keep expanding massively as it's happening now. What I'm saying is that the misinformation that we are sorry about now is nothing compared to what we'll have in 3 years. The progression is negative and things will worsen. And with AI, we better not speak about it, but it's a massive problem. And the way to understand all that is by professionalizing all the elements investigating misinformation, because that will take you to the key element to give stability to your country. And the main target of misinformation is to generate instability, even psychological. The fact that you constantly question your government, your authorities, and your legitimate authorities, and so on. All that, if it doesn't take us to a solution, will be a problem. Why? Because we'll have companies who will have larger power than governments, and it's already happening. And that's something that, as Mr. Federici said, the organized crime is doing that with cartels and large economic powers that are quite murky, to use a kind synonyming. So we need a state agreement, an international agreement regarding misinformation, and all misinformation should be combated. And the way to combat it is not to restrict the freedom of opinion or expression, pretty much the opposite. It means getting to investigate the crux of the matter regarding the economic interests. Hereafter, the house of cards will tumble, and it represents challenges to legitimate states, authorities and institutions. Implementing only defensive measures is an invitation to be attacked. That's the golden rule that all toxic elements of misinformation clearly know. If they only give me these defensive measures for affected states to get protected, there's no problem. They will keep attacking. You're inviting the attacker to keep attacking you if you only apply defensive techniques. So what's the best answer? To attack. I am sorry. I am deeply sorry.
But we need to attack, whether we like it or not. We have to attack, be aggressive, violent, ruin them economically, destroy their toxic source of money, and with that kind of economic and entrepreneurial emporium, responding to parameters of interested wills. And it's true, there are some countries that practice disinformation as clients, not only as practitioners. They hire those services that are carried out by those who have got a huge amount of money and that can manage it. Lies are being said against legitimate states, accusing them of atrocities. Some case might be true and a specific point, but there's an indecent material. How can we combat that? Fighting in the internet, banning images? That's ridiculous. They will always pass through. The important thing is to crush their economic sources. What does this mean? That the appointments that need to be done in intelligence services need to be technicians, qualified people responding to rational parameters, not to political and ideological criteria of fights against parties, placing their people and punishing the other party when they're in power. Parties need to reach an agreement. Otherwise, it will be impossible to combat disinformation. That's the strength that disinformers have. Either have an agreement of states, as General de Gaulle did, yes. We need these statespeople, not politicians. There are politicians that are statespeople, yes, in every country. So those politicians that are statespeople get to power. With that people, the problem will be solved. The problem is the politician that uses misinformation to harm the others in the parliament. That is full death of all kinds of attempts to end with misinformation, because disinformation is a business. It's business and business. It's worthwhile that it creates subversion, radicalism, and irrationality as a spiritual food spread out. And that's how you dominate as part of the population, not the full of the population, but with that cultivation of hatred, you will have a part of the country under your slash and under your whip, and the intelligent people will have a very hard time to pass through. Another key element is to provide means to the intelligence agencies. They don't have means. The means they have are scarce, and usually they lack materials and technology. we need a higher investment in Intel Western systems and other areas in the world. In South America, they need a lot of Intel material and professionalization, but also here in Europe, we need a great deal of equipment. And then we also have to have in mind that radicalism and sectarism are product of a global market, and that is bought, that is procured, purchased. You want a country, you want to generate a major problem, you can question the government, you can manufacture not only fake news, but also truths that you can generate toxic products that question the government. And that is happening today in the US, in France, in Spain, all around the world. And that has to be paid. There is a market. It's not being researched. And that's not being investigated. And that is what I'm saying here is politically incorrect. We shouldn't be speaking about that because there are many vested interests, and the victims sometimes becoming clients, and the clients always end up being victims of those networks. So be very careful. That's why it's so important to have a good of several intelligence services that are professional, intelligent, and the best paid, the best of the best, with the best training and the best resources. That is fundamental to investigate economic intelligence, misinformation, but also money laundering, asset laundering. That is fundamental, and it's been said here. We have to have all that in mind. Misinformation agents are not isolated. They're part of a network. 20, 30 years ago, yes, that little disinformation were isolated elements, but now the network is really huge. And some states are clients of those networks, and those networks work like a criminal waterfall. So we have to have in mind that misinformation is based on several elements. That black beast over which we have to go against. Today we might have one, tomorrow another one, but we can create a new narrative which is fake, generating counter narratives that can feed the negative and toxic discourse. And I repeat toxic because that's what best defines this element. And then there is a national cult of harming, and I was a victim, I'm persecuted, and that element. Am I fine with time? Is my time over? 2 minutes? Okay, thank you. So that creation of an irrational cult is fundamental. From that element, an intel service that is well prepared with means and resources, and I mean money for you to clearly understand, we need much more money. We have to invest a great deal in intelligence in every country. That will generate a unity of an immediate response with that approach, providing a good reaction from the state. How is that done? By expropriating goods, seizing the money, punishing. And that's amongst with agreements between states, taking them what they like the most, their properties, their money, wherever that is located. That's what harms them the most, and that's how they will respond. If you want to have a campaign against your head of state, your government, your institutions, and your country, and the basis is 1,000 kilometers away from your border, the investigation cannot stop at your border. You have to reach till the end and punish those aggressors. Money is key. Follow the money and you'll have success. If you don't punish with money, disinformation will continue. Thank you very much.
Honorable Victor, thank you very much. It was excellent. Honorable Victor Gonzalez, former member of Parliament in the delegates in Spain.
Thanks, Robert. Fantastic, both. Jose, maravillosa presentación. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna speak in Spanish, being here. To honor our tradition as a conservative, I must, with your permit.
I'm going to continue with what you were saying, which was really interesting. Follow the money. That is fundamental. As we've had amongst us an Ukrainian delegation led by the mayor of Odessa, a city founded by a Spaniard 231 years ago, a twin sister with Valencia, I must say. Let me focus my presentation on Ukraine and what is going on. Ukraine and Cuba. Since February 2022, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have been witnessing in the geopolitical reconfiguration where state peripheral actors have had tactic roles that were unexpected. Amongst them, Cuba, that has emerged as a strategic ally of Moscow. It was historically, they broke relations, but those relations are back again. And that has got direct implications in the global and regional security architecture. The reactivation of the axis of Havana and Moscow, the bonds between Cuba and Russia are not new, but since Putin got into power, since the beginning of the war on Ukraine, this alliance has intensified at unprecedented levels. Official travels at half-flight levels, such as the President Diaz-Canel to Moscow, bilateral agreements for economic cooperation, energy, and military operation, the participation of Cuba in military conjoint operations, and the visits of High Commander from Russia to Havana are an example of a long list. The political and diplomatic and propagandistic support that Cuba is doing needs to be put forward and denounced. They are the satellite voice of the Kremlin in the multilateral funds. They have abstained or voted against the key resolutions of the United Nations condemning the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And at the same time, it has deployed a media offensive amplifying the disinformation narrative of Russia in Latin America through the state media, such as the Latin Press, Gramma, Telesur, and many others. But the most alarming factor of this relationship is the export of combat people. The most perturbing data is that thousands of young Cubans have been recruited to go and fight Ukraine. Last week, there was a report presented by the Cuban opposition in exile, talking about 20,000 Cubans going to fight against Ukraine and with Russia. This has been just confirmed in social media. These Cuban combat people in going to Ukraine in the front, and you have 200 casualties of Cuba. We know that many of them were misled. Only 40% of these Cubans went on a voluntary basis. They're offered a wage of $2,000 per month. And it's a system which is very similar to the system that Cuba established with their doctors that go all through the LATAM region. And this is a humanitarian disgrace. Yes, but above all, what is going to happen when these soldiers, when these Cubans, these youngsters, go back to Cuba, to Latin America? There's a transnational clear threat there. When these soldiers come back to Cuba, they will have left military experience in a combat line where everything, a full new war game is being defined with new technologies. And apart from the trauma, without clear social and economic perspectives that are clear in an island that is ruined, where not even the essentials are covered, these youngsters will be latent assets of internal violence. In the worst case, they will become operational agents for criminal transnational networks, such as drug dealing and insurgent organizations in LATAM. Cuba has got a long experience sending soldiers, as they did in Angola, in Ethiopia, and Eritrea. Unfortunately, this is back again. We are, in this case, before a similar phenomenon to the one of jihadists that came back, but this time at the heart of the Caribbean, few miles away from the United States of America, with direct access to the drug dealing traffic routes and with ideological bonds that are close to authoritarian regimes. And before this, there's a lack of consistency in the strategy. And let me talk about that lack of strategic consistency in Europe. Whilst the EU is paying the regime through the dialogue agreements for cooperation, that same regime is getting the money from the main enemy of Europe. More than 155 million euros have been channeled to Cuba without demanding any democratic reform, stopping of cessation of repression, etc., etc. Cuba's debt with Spain is exactly 1.37.5 billion euros that matured more than 10 years ago. In 2015, the Paris Club condemned $8 billion to Cuba out of the 11 billion they had of debt back then. The island that has been falling down, in the last data they published of the debt, they have a debt of 17.8 billion euros. I think that not requesting debts to be paid back, and I tell you all, you know that I know that some of you have debts towards Cuba. If you don't request that money back, it's helping Russia through Cuba. So not demanding for them to abide the financial obligation is helping Putin in Ukraine. Conclusion. The situation requires a firm reaction, not only because we want solidarity with Ukraine, but of our own defense. The EU must stop its agreement with Cuba until it's verified that they no longer collaborate with Russia. Intel services of America and Europe must be closely following the coming back of those soldiers to the region. It is not as Angola's war or Eritrea's war and Ethiopia's war. Here, unfortunately, evil learns from evil, and we've got the jihadist model. The threat is a real one and even worse than the jihadist. And we must have a comprehensive contention strategy before the proliferation of hybrid threats combining insurgency, disinformation, migration, and organized crime. Today, supporting Cuba means supporting Putin. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a betrayal to the European security and to the Western world security. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Victor. Thank you so much. That was a terrific presentation by all of you. We have a few minutes for questions. If you'd like to raise a question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Victor, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I would like to ask, do you think there is a threat that the Cubans, they learn in this war how to behave with a very modern war? Because this Ukrainian war is a new systemic war, you know. At the beginning, the Ukrainians had a big advantage, technological advantage of drones, but they admit that the Russians adapted very fast. And now there are North Korean troops on Russian side, now even Cubanian, and they will get new skills. So is this also a threat you see even on the border to South Korea with the North Koreans? And so what is your estimation on this?
Absolutely. This is not a war in Africa. That's my point. This is the most modern war since Second World War II, or since the Korean War, if you allow me. And these people are going to have the battlefield experience in the leading battlefield nowadays. They're going to go to the middle or the center of America. There is, other than the United States and perhaps Canada, there is no other nation in South America and Central America that may have this number of experienced soldiers with the knowledge of all these new techniques. And that's, I see it as a huge threat for everyone. But unfortunately, perhaps not only for South America and for America, but it might be for Africa, because the Cubans tend to expand everywhere. They are willing to go everywhere where the Cuban regime gets paid. And that's something we have to be aware. So actually yesterday I decided to change my presentation and focus on this. I think it's a huge thing we need to talk, and you need to debate and do something about it. Thank you.
Professor San Martin.
Professor San Martin, thank you for your explanation. I agree with you. I think that the Intel has been privatized and politicized. And in the end, in this confusion of real values of intelligence, organized crime has won because the global organized crime are the ones that have got the best intelligence teams and equipment. Everything you said that is not in the States in matters of intelligence, technicians, professionals, budget, technology, it is owned by organized crime. And I think that this also has to do with something that has been sold to people during these last 2 decades, maybe, funded by organized crime to disinform population. And what you were saying about what's politically correct or not, attacking. And attacking has been highly sold to populations. The word attacking, with everything that it entails, it has to do with human rights violation, fundamental rights violations. It's all like blurred, so that stops the capacity of states to attack. So my question here is, how can we level things up? How can we balance, or where can we stop? Because we need to stop somewhere and start new again by informing correctly to people, because we need the people on this side to support this kind of attack you were talking about. Yeah, I fully agree. It's that. We need to change the discourse. We need to explain societies that there's no other choice. The first global world corporations are organized crime organizations. They are ahead of states. They've got means, illimited and infinite means. No intel leader in the world has the resources that mafia has. They govern over states even. And we know that very well. And their infiltration capacity is absolute. It's not that they're infiltrated. They are the structure. There are governments that act taking to wars or following orders of their mafia. And disinformation is just another sprout, another expression of that. We need to keep the rule of law, but we need to go and use international rule of law norms. That's why I'm against war and the invasion of Putin against Ukraine, because that represented not only the breach of the international morale, international right, but it is a turning point. It's a milestone, a negative milestone versus the fight against organized crime, because if that's allowed, that is open to everything and anything.
React to this comment, because as important as it is to reshape and reorganize the system, it is also important for intelligence services, for governments using intelligence services professionally, to professionalize them. What I have seen in my experience, also having led a global organization focused on intelligence, on financial intelligence, is that in many countries there is an abuse of the intelligence apparatus for purposes that are unlawful and not correlated with their legal mandate, with their lawful mandate. Mainly for political abuse, for illegal espionage of political opponents, and purposes that only benefit organized crime, adversaries, and terrorist organizations. So if we really want to get this right, we also have to discipline our leaders in the professional use and investment for, which I think you mentioned, Professor, the investment in the professionalization of the intelligence services.
Thank you, Mariano. We're going to try to do 2 more questions. A minute to ask, and then a minute to respond, and then I'll have you. Okay?
30 seconds. My question is to Victor González. Who is paying the bill of Cuban presence in the Ukrainian conflict? I mean, is Cuba paying for their soldiers, or is Cuba making money out of Russia by sending their military? Because Cuba is well known for having used their manpower, doctors, for example, in order to make cash for a cash-strapped country, which is the case with the military intervention in Ukraine.
It's Putin paying, it's the Russians, but the question is, we don't know at this point exactly. We know what has been offered is between 2,000 and 2,500 euros per month, and we do suspect, and I'm not certain on that it's going to the Cuban government, and the Cuban government might be building the same scenario doing to the doctors. It's not known. What we do know is that it's not even 40% of those Cubans have gone there volunteer. The rest have gone there misled or with pressures and so on. But we can believe what they're doing is to start doing exactly the same they did with the doctors, and they have done through all South America, being really poorly paid at the end of the day and getting all the money for the regime.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, real quick.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my question is to Victor Gonzalez. Thank you for the presentation. So I think it's a lot of focus on money, but no focus on weapons. Where does the weapons come from? Who is producing the weapons? Who's buying the weapons? He's not talking about criminal gangs here. We're talking about army, soldiers. So where does the Cuban get their money? No, their weapons.
You're asking me about where the Cubans fighting in Ukraine are getting the weapons?
Where does the weapon?
Oh yeah,
Who's they buying the weapons from?
We know
Is they coming from the U.S. or where?
No, I mean, if I'm sorry, but the Cubans fighting in Ukraine are getting the guns and the weapons from the Russian, and they're being supplied by North Korea, by the Iranians, and so on. I mean, they have like all the people fighting there, and I think that's quite clear and well known. We know how much weapons have been supplied directly from the North Korean to the Russian regime, and we know all these drones that used to be also supplied now by the Chinese, and especially at the beginning by the Iranians. The point here that was the question that was made before is that they have the state of the art of these new weapons, especially with all the drone technology, and there is no other army at this stage now in Latin America, Central America, that's going to have that experience. That's what's worrying me the most. The Cuban regime is totally, the deficit they have is they don't have money. You know? They don't have even food in the island. They don't have medicines. So I'm not afraid of that. I'm afraid of these people getting back and being financed and getting all this knowledge and all these new weapons into the narco traffic and cartels all around. That's what worries me, and we should all be worried about.
Thank you. 10 seconds.
My name is Golakopoulos, member of the Greek Parliament, former Deputy Minister of Citizen Protection in Greece. The discussion of this topic is conducted on the basis of transnational threats, but also of the insecurity that now prevails at national borders. A dangerous situation directly linked to major contemporary challenges, but also resulting from the migration and refugee crisis as a result of war situation, and not only. In recent years, unfortunately, we have witnessed the instrumentalization of the migration issue worldwide, while countries in the European South, such as Greece, Spain, Italy, Portugal, have repeatedly found themselves in the middle of this problem. Dangers associated with other transnational crimes, such as human trafficking and terrorism. So my question is, and I would like to ask, what is your position on this appropriate burden that the countries of the European South have borne over the years, sometimes protecting their borders alone from threats, and whether you agree that it is necessary to strengthen the relationship between NATO and the European Union by taking additional common measures and implementing new modern common defence tools for more effective border guarding, possibly through the creation of the European Central Mechanism or even an international corps to prevent such phenomena, especially when the parties involved are NATO allies. Thank you.
I'll just react briefly to that from the perspective of the Americas. I'll leave it for our European colleagues to talk about Europe. But the weaponization of migration is a concept that now, is widely accepted as a reality in the United States and most of the Western Hemisphere. But just a couple of years ago only, we were considered quite strange by even raising the idea. I remember our friend Joseph Humeyer came to this forum to present on this challenge several times, and it was like seen as a radical view. Now there is the evidence is overwhelming of how, for example, the Venezuelan regime instrumentalized migration to place into the United States the Cartel de Aragua, for example, and other criminal organizations to cause damage to Americans. And this is a reality that is being dealt with right now by the current administration. I think Europe should follow this line of thought and these examples as well to treat with its own problems with similar strategies.
Thank you, panel. Excellent.
One quick question to Mr. Mariano. Will you be...
Can we do that in the closing remarks? We've got, I'm 5 minutes over now. Thank you. Thank you, panel. Appreciate it. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We did the best we can on questions and just try to hold your comments till closing remarks. Sir Liam Fox, thank you, sir, for joining us. Privileged to have you here, the former Defense Minister of the United Kingdom. Sir Liam, the dais is yours, and we welcome hearing from you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for inviting me to be here today. I think it's important that amongst all the important issues that we're discussing, we take time specifically to focus on the number one security threat that Europe is facing today, which is the Russian invasion of a sovereign and democratic nation in Europe itself. It's a situation which has chilling lessons for us both in how we got here and how we need to behave in the future. President Trump is currently being frustrated by Putin's perverse games as he tries to avoid any realistic solution to the conflict. The president shouldn't feel alone. There's a pattern of behavior here where the hopes and aspirations of the free world come face to face with the violent, amoral behavior of brutal tyranny. President George W. Bush said that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Unfortunately, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. Once KGB, always KGB. Then, following Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, President Barack Obama decided on his reset policy to try to do business with Russia. Putin gratefully pocketed the offer and in 2014 occupied Crimea, part of Ukraine's sovereign territory. And when he saw then the pusillanimous response from the West, he decided he could also have further parts of Ukraine, and so invaded the country in February 2022, resulting in the death of over 13,000 Ukrainian civilians alongside 70,000 troops, with 120,000 injured, and not to mention the more than 120,000 Russians who have died for no purpose other than Putin's vanity. Day after day, the unnecessary violence, suffering and death continues. Babies, children, the elderly, and innumerable young soldiers are slaughtered in a war that none of them sought. Now, the grim reality is dawning that no amount of hope or optimism for the future can disguise the fact that Putin is a liar, who murders political opponents at home, and whose intelligence services murder opponents abroad, including in the United Kingdom. He is at best an abuser of international law and norms of behaviour, and at worst a war criminal. He is gangster-in-chief of the world's most dangerous thugocracy. The Ukrainians understand this more than most of us. After all, in one of the most blatant acts of betrayal in recent history, Ukraine agreed to sign away the nuclear weapons it had inherited in the breakup of the Soviet Union, in return for reassurances about their security. In the Budapest Memorandum of December 1994, Ukraine signed up to the NPT, joining Russia, the US, the UK, China, and France. And remember, the treaty gave Ukraine assurances that its independence and sovereignty, according to its existing borders, would be respected by the other signatories. They would, under the terms of the agreement, refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine. They also undertook to refrain from economic coercion of Ukraine in order to secure advantage of any kind, particularly in their own interests. They went even further in agreeing to seek immediate UN Security Council action to help Ukraine should they become a victim of an act of aggression. Of course, the truth is that while the agreement was drawn up to resemble a NATO-like guarantee, they were carefully drafted to be nothing of the sort. It's little wonder then that President Zelensky now seeks much firmer security guarantees as part of any peace agreement, especially from his Western allies, recognizing, as he does, that Putin's every assurance on security is a profanity, and any signature on is totally dispensable and easily discarded when Putin feels that his moment of future expansion is right. In the free world, we are hardwired to seek to preserve our freedom with concepts of rule of law, including international law and universal human rights. But we have to accept that there is a very different worldview from those who believe in none of these. Many Western leaders have learned the hard way that there can be no long-term accommodation with Putin, as he'll simply ditch any promise, relinquish any agreement, and abandon any of his faux friendships when it suits his purpose. Of course, there's no shame whatsoever in seeking peace and reconciliation. But when it comes to Vladimir Putin, decent people sooner or later end up in the same place. But how did we come to this tragic place, and what do we do now? First, we need to understand that the war in Ukraine is primarily the result of inexcusable Russian aggression. But it also represents a failure of Western deterrence. The sanctions regime that was introduced in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea should have been introduced after the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008. Too little, too late meant that Putin drew the conclusion that he would be able to have further incursions without serious Western measures being implemented. On top of that, there was a failure to understand Putin's motivations, driven by ideology, a hatred of Western values and influence, and he was fed information that he wanted to hear. Putin believed that any limited short-term consequences would be justified by the geopolitical gains that a victory in Ukraine would give him. Of course, the Zelensky regime did not collapse in a few days, as he had been told. Flag-waving supporters did not run out to welcome Russian tanks in Ukraine. But by the time that became apparent, Putin was on an irreversible course. The Kremlin learned valuable lessons from the partial and strategically ineffective sanctions of 2014, and the way that sanctions were introduced in 2022 actually prevented a potentially catastrophic flight of capital out of Russia, a situation which was augmented by Russian capital controls and the high interest rates which remain in place today. And just imagine a base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%, and how well that would go down in Western democratic states today. I don't believe that Putin will change his behavior even if there is a ceasefire in Ukraine, which he will see merely as a strategic pause while he destabilizes Moldova, Georgia, or Romania. There is therefore a need to maintain longer-term and better focused sanctions to prevent Russia's ability to wage war in future. Remember that in the Cold War, the inability of the Russian economy to maintain its military budget was one of the main reasons behind the Gorbachev revolution and the fall of the Soviet Union itself. So sanctions policy should be focused on further weakening the Russian position that has resulted from its transition into a wartime economy. Russia remains technically backward and dependent upon high-tech imports, which will limit the ability of its non-war components to generate sufficient income. It already has a labour shortage, worsened by the increased numbers who have been pulled into the armed forces for the war in Ukraine or weapons productions. The high levels of government expenditure and the bending of fiscal rules is unsustainable in the long term, and while domestic investment in Russia has flourished when Russia's wealthy have had no alternative investment destinations, these opportunities will increasingly dry up. Future sanctions policy must be aimed at maximising capital outflows from Russia, exacerbating its labour crisis, and limiting its ability to become technologically and thus economically competitive in the medium term. We need a comprehensive plan and, perhaps more importantly, the unity of purpose in the free world to see it through. Then we come to the topical but thorny issue of Russia's overseas assets. Of the approximately $300 billion of Russian assets frozen in the aftermath of the Ukraine invasion, the vast majority are held in Europe. So far, we have used the interest on these assets to assist Ukraine, but only in a small way. It won't be enough. First, there is the inevitable cost of rebuilding Ukraine after the conflict. Of course, we know that Russia has a duty to make reparations for its illegal invasion and occupation, its widespread physical destruction and the human cost. But let's face it, it is virtually unthinkable that Putin's Russia will produce any money voluntarily for this purpose. So Russian assets held abroad may be the only way to ensure that Russia pays for its actions. And a second scenario which amplifies the first would be if the United States scaled back or stopped its support for Ukraine. More funding would be needed to fill the gap in order to help Ukraine fight for its life. And my message to our US friends would be that Iran, China and North Korea will continue to fight on the side of Russia. On whose side should history record that the United States cast its lot? I've always believed that there were huge risks in moving from the freezing of assets to the seizing of assets. But where international law, sovereignty, basic humanity are disregarded so blatantly by Putin's Kremlin, I fear we would be both naive and ineffective if we were to be bound by abstract legal arguments in the face of humanitarian disaster. I'm sorry that none of these are happy messages, but we have to deal with the world as we find it, not how we would like it to be. Aggression must be resisted, freedom must be defended, and our values must be championed. Wishful thinking is a poor basis for foreign or security policy. And the future is watching us and what we do today. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Sir Liam. Do we have a question?
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the presentation. Yeah? Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the presentation. I'm Arta Dade from Albania, and last week there was a very important meeting of the Political Council between EU countries and larger, with the participation of Turkey, Azerbaijan, Armenia, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and of course Zelensky was also participating. So the European Union and the main leaders of it reaffirmed their determination to assist and help and continue with the support for Ukraine. Do you think that the European Union is drawing lessons from the past, as you mentioned, Crimea, and are you optimistic that they are doing their job? Because we know the region of the Western Balkans is in the vicinity of Ukraine, and of course people are concerned about this conflict, which is going to the end, because there were voices that it would not last. And practically it is lasting and it's becoming even more serious. Of course we are doing the job in Albania and other countries in the eastern side of NATO, but do you think the European Union itself is doing enough by, of course, adding some more of the sanctions to Russia? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. It's an excellent question. When the sanctions were imposed in 2014, Russia moved most of its assets to Europe rather than the United States because they believed that there would not be sufficient European solidarity in the face of Russian aggression. And the thing that does make me feel optimistic is how solid we have been right across the West in dealing with Russia's aggression. We've so far spent between Europe and, broader Europe, not just the EU, but including UK, Norway, Turkey, we've spent 282 billion supporting Ukraine. There's 300 billion more assets sitting there if we want to use them. It will take quite a degree of political will to do that. But I think what has been encouraging has been the fact that there's been such an understanding that our failure of deterrence up till this point cannot continue. And faced with the necessary defense of freedom and rule of law and democracy, this is the time we actually have to stand together. Because I do believe, as I was saying, that there's a growing awareness that Putin will not stop. Anything that gives Putin reassurances that he can have a strategic pause but start again at a later date will simply guarantee further instability and death and destruction on the European continent. This is the point at which we have to make a stand. And so far, it's been extremely good. I just hope that the United States doesn't decide for whatever reason that it doesn't want to be part of the coalition that stands against tyranny and aggression in support of international law and freedom.
Thank you. Very quickly, if you could, please.
Yes, Sir Lamb. I'm Senator Corlețean, ex-foreign minister of Romania, working hard at the time with my colleague, counterpart and friends William Hague, and for a certain period with the Defense Secretary Michael Fallon. Because you have mentioned also Romania plus the Republic of Moldova as possible items of interest of Russia, I entirely agree with your assessment. We know the profile. We don't have any fundamental expectations about possible fundamental changes on the profile of power in Kremlin, starting with Putin. So this is why I and we consider that we should continue to do and to continue to promote our assessment and position. It was me that I proposed on 3rd of March 2014 in Brussels. Cathy Ashton was the High Representative chairing the meeting of the foreign ministers of the EU, and I proposed not to express serious concerns but to condemn Russia for the crime of aggression and the illegal annexation of Crimea, and to continue to do our job because we know what is the profile of Russia. This is why this year we will adopt at the European level a special tribunal for assuring the accountability for the crime of aggression, and we need to continue. But the key element from our perspective in Bucharest is to ensure and to assure and to work hard that the transatlantic relationship will continue to remain solid. And this is a long-term process, and this is the key element for us. Thank you.
When I was the UK's Defence Secretary and Robert Gates was the American Defence Secretary, we used to have a routine at NATO which you might describe as bad cop and worse cop, when one would talk about the implications of European states not maintaining their defence budgets, and that was augmented by the fact that we would say in the long term you can't expect American taxpayers to continue to carry the burden of European defence as well as defence in Asia and the Americas and so on. The European nations didn't take notice of that in the first Trump term. They've taken notice of it in the second term, and that's a good thing. I think it will strengthen the alliance as a whole, that European nations carry a bigger share of their burden. My worry is that it's not just about money, it's about what they do with the money and about how capacity and capability is built, rather than countries trying to pretend that they can have full spectrum defence capabilities on a small budget. But I think it's key politically, as you mentioned, that we don't allow Putin to develop any cracks around the periphery of our wider alliance, which is what he does try to do. He's tried to create an arc of instability around NATO, from the high north to the Baltics, to the Balkans, to the Caucasus, and he will continue to do that because his behaviour pattern doesn't change. And what I would say, perhaps on a slightly optimistic note, is that people say that Russia has survived the sanctions intact. It hasn't. There are big cracks appearing in the Russian economy, and the longer the conflict goes on, the bigger the contradictions inside the Russian economy become. It's had growth because it has pumped money against its own fiscal rules into the armaments and into the armed forces. That always produces growth if you're looking at technical OECD definitions of growth. But in the longer term, it's unsustainable. And we must not become fatigued at the length of the time this conflict has taken, because this is an existential battle, and we have to win it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Quickly, if you could.
Thank you. Your Excellency, how do you see the Chinese position in this conflict? Would you think that China would like to see a peace soon in the European battle, or prefer that it perdure in time?
China would like to see the West weakened. It would like to see the alliance that we have fractured, because that's in the long-term interests of China. And while our biggest weakness is that we tend to think in electoral terms of 4 or 5 years, and Putin doesn't have to bother about his electoral cycle. The Chinese don't think in electoral cycles at all. So if they can have a gradual fracturing, a gradual weakening, a gradual tearing apart of the intellectual and political coherence that has made the West strong and wealthy, then it will do so. Not overtly in the way that Russia does, because they're much more subtle than the gangster regime in Moscow, but the danger is there, even if it's presented in a more subtle form.
Thank you. Sorry for my English. I don't know if I can ask my question in French, but I will try in English. Contrary to what I heard from every presenter, from the African perspective, we are seeing the influence of Russia increasing, and the influence of Europe decreasing, and the economic in Europe decreasing, the inflation increasing in Europe. So when you say that we have to keep going, fighting, is it the only way to solve this issue? We have a new threat with China, for instance. You have a new threat with, you say, Cuba and some African country under influence of Russia. So do you think keeping this war, feeding this war, is in the advantage of Europe and even Ukraine with all those deaths and so on? Because since maybe the beginning of the war in 2023, they said that in 1 year Russia will collapse, in 2 years Russian economy will collapse, but it's not what we have seen all over the world. So,
well, there are two questions there, if I may. The first is that we are not feeding the war. We are defending a sovereign and democratic state against a brutal tyranny that tries to impose its will. And let me give you an African analogy to that. Putin says they are allowed to own Ukraine because it was once part of the Soviet Union. Supposing France turned around tomorrow and said, we want to occupy Algeria because it was once part of France. What do you think the international reaction would be to that? So let's be very clear that this is a colonial action by Russia, and it surprises me that a number of African countries who complain about the legacy of colonialism are not more vocal in their criticism of what is a clearly colonial policy being operated by today's Kremlin. The second part of your question, which I have much more sympathy with, is what has been the Western alternative to China's Belt and Road policy? And the answer is pathetically little. I was the UK's candidate to be the Director General of the World Trade Organization, and I felt that one of the changes we needed to make, particularly for African countries, was to call it the World Trade and Investment Organization, because one of the things that we could do is to help African countries become much more attractive to foreign direct investment and become masters of their own destiny by that method. And we need to do much more in the West to have a strategic alternative to Chinese Belt and Road that's been missing from our diplomatic armory in recent times. And one of the ways that we can do that is to actually allow African countries to develop in a way that makes them more attractive to the massive amount of international capital that could be helping to take Africa forward in a way that is in line with what the countries want and not what Beijing wants, and not leaving African countries with a legacy of debt and useless infrastructure, which is what a lot of them are finding they're left with Belt and Road.
Outstanding. You always give us your best, Sir Liam. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Excellent.
It's nice to see you.
This is really good. On Sir Liam's part, just to fly here to be with us and fly immediately back to London. Thank you very much. Our next panel, we're so grateful to have them, Energy Security and Critical Minerals, Diana Futengott-Roth, Director of Center for Energy, Climate and Environment, the Heritage Foundation, Mr. J.C. Boggs, partner King & Spalding and member of my board, Mr. Francis Baird, Distinguished Fellow, Energy Policy Research Foundation. Thank you. Gentlemen and lady, the floor is yours. Diana. Hey, Francois. How are you? Good to see you. See you too. You bet. Hello, Diana. Diana, you're on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for listening today. And thank you so much, Representative Pettinger, for inviting me. Señoras y señoras, estoy muy...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here today.
I'd like to start by asking all of you a question. You have been asking us a lot of questions, but I'd like to ask you, how many of you think that net zero is needed to save the planet? Great. And how many of you think that net zero will save the planet? None of you. Well, we've been talking a lot for the past 2 days about national security, the importance of a strong defense against Russia, the importance of ending human trafficking. But we haven't talked about the fundamental building block for achieving all these matters: inexpensive and reliable energy. inexpensive and reliable energy that Russia has, China has, but we do not have, as actually could be seen a month ago with the meltdown right here in Spain due to 2 solar plants going offline. My message today is that all of us here in the West are spending too much on green energy, which is having no effect on the climate, but which is deindustrializing Europe and the United States and slowing economic growth. That leaves us too little for defense and policing to counter trafficking and transnational threats. The EU spends about $355 billion a year on renewables. The United States spends even more. This makes electricity more expensive rather than less expensive. It makes our economies weaker rather than stronger. We could be using these sums to counteract Russia. We could be creating a dome over Ukraine that would stop these drones. We could be using this money to give Ukraine weapons that prevent the drones from coming in. And it's not as though this spending helps the climate, as you all know, because you told me that you don't believe that net zero will save the planet. Even if Europe stopped using all fossil fuels today, this would only make a difference of 1/10 of 1 degree centigrade by the year 2100. And if the United States stopped using all fossil fuels today, it would make a difference of about 2/10 of a degree centigrade by the year 2100. This is because carbon use, coal use, emissions are increasing all over the world. Europe and the United States are just a drop in the bucket. Over the past 20 years, the world has spent $10 trillion on subsidies for wind and solar, and wind and solar cannot even stand on their own now. Imagine if the West, if Europe had had all this money and could use it to defend Ukraine against Russia and could use it to defend other countries against other aggressors. We would be in a far better position. But this spending does help China because 75% of wind and solar equipment and 75% of batteries are made in China. And China used almost 5 billion tons of coal in 2024, over half of global coal consumption. China uses coal for half its electricity production and is building 2 coal-fired power plants a week. So while we weaken ourselves and we spend 350 billion euros a year trying to be green and sending energy-intensive manufacturing over to China to be made, they, the Chinese, are increasing their carbon emissions. We are offshoring our energy-intensive manufacturing to China, where it's being made with dirtier emissions. This does not lower global emissions. In fact, it raises them. Carbon emissions declined in the US by 1 million metric tons over the past 15 years, but they rose by about 6 billion metric tons in China. So take a look at this slide, which shows residential electricity prices all over the world. And you don't have to look at the details. The point is that the most expensive countries are Germany, the UK, Spain, the US. Germany is 39 cents per kilowatt hour. The UK is 35 cents per kilowatt hour for residential electricity. The US is 18 cents per kilowatt hour. Here in Spain, it's 22 cents per kilowatt hour. But the point is, those countries at the bottom, their electricity is less than 1 cent per kilowatt hour. China, India, Russia, and the OPEC countries, they're all less than 1 cent. They are pulling global energy-intensive manufacturing out of the West and towards them. So we are deindustrializing, and China is scooping up the manufacturing action. These are prices faced by consumers, and they may include some subsidies. But for a better comparison of how renewables actually increase electricity prices, let's take a look at the United States. With the United States, we're fortunate to have 50 different states, which means 50 different experiments. Each state in the United States can choose its mix of wind, solar, natural gas. It can choose how many renewables to make. So the top 10 states in terms of electricity prices, led by California at 33 cents per kilowatt hour, they all require wind and solar in their portfolios. They've passed laws requiring wind and solar. By the way, this doesn't stop them pulling in electricity from states that do not require it, but that's what they require. And then the bottom 10 states, again, with one exception. There's one exception to each of the 10, and afterwards you can tell me, come up to me and tell me which state you think is the exception. But the bottom states do not require any wind and solar. And the bottom state in terms of electricity prices is 11 cents per kilowatt hour in Louisiana. And companies are leaving states with the most expensive electricity prices, and they're going to states with lower electricity prices. Just as energy-intensive manufacturing is leaving Europe and going to places like China and other places in Asia. Well, nuclear power and natural gas both have low emissions, and with new technology for scrubbers, coal also has low emissions. We're seeing changes in Europe. Over the past 3 weeks, Germany, Denmark, and Belgium have all praised nuclear power as being emissions-free. And France, which generates almost 70% of its electricity from nuclear power, sells power to its neighbors that have abandoned it. But production of natural gas is another low-emission source of fuel, and we should be using it. We have it here. Romania has vast reserves of natural gas, and it could be ramping up production and selling it to all of Europe. And Spain also has gas. In the heart of Spain's wine country, beneath the vineyards of La Rioja, there's an energy revival taking place. The Viura gas field, nestled between the villages of Sotes and Hornos de Montecalvillo, is poised to become a symbol of Spain's pivot in energy policy if it is allowed to do so. HEYCO Energy Iberia is spearheading the expansion of the Viura field, aiming to extract 1 million cubic meters of gas per day by the end of 2026. That's about 1% of Spain's global total gas consumption, but that's a significant figure in a country that imports over 99% of its natural gas. The Viura field, discovered in 2010, has already produced several million cubic meters of gas. It's one of only 2 active gas fields in Spain, the other being the much smaller El Romeral in Andalusia. In January 2025, Spain recorded its highest domestic gas output in 5 years, with 120,000 gigawatt hours extracted, almost 60% of the total output for all of 2024 achieved in 1 month. And this surge was largely thanks to Viura, which is now the only active conventional gas extraction in the country. These operations are all designed to meet Spain's very stringent environmental standards. Now, there's a 2021 climate change law which bans new hydrocarbon exploration, and this is a law that should be changed. But HEYCO's operations continue under pre-existing conditions. And by the way, domestically produced gas emits fewer carbon emissions than imported liquefied natural gas, which makes Viura not just a strategic asset, but also an environmental one. To conclude, neither a strong defense nor a strong economy can be built on net zero. And net zero is going to make no difference to the climate. Why then rush over the net zero cliff like lemmings, especially since Russia, China, Iran and other countries are not rushing that way. We need funds to help Ukraine. We need funds to stop human trafficking. We need funds for more policing. And net zero is the place we can get them. Thank you very much for listening. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent presentation. And what I hear out of this is the green economy is basically driving the red economy, right? And through EVs and in wind and solar, most of that manufacturing is in China. I'm going to touch a little bit on that in the context of critical minerals. I think unlike our other panelists, I'm not an energy expert, and I got into this issue sort of circuitously through my work in election integrity. Until recently, I served on the Board of Elections in Washington, D.C. I've been working in election integrity issues for 20, 25 years now, but was engaged to help ensure free, fair, and inclusive elections in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, and working with the United States administration and U.S. Congress to ensure, do what we can to make sure that happened through funding sources and support of NGOs, working closely with religious organizations, NGOs, Catholic Church in DRC. And I found very quickly that while there's interest in election integrity, it wasn't all that significant interest. So what could I do to make it sort of drive it home? Why should they care about election integrity in halfway across the world in DRC? And why should Congress care? Why should the administration care? And there was really 2 points that I tried to make. One is human rights. And particularly in Congress, we were able to appeal to some members of Congress, particularly on the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, led by Chris Smith. And he held 2 hearings on human rights in Congo around mining and the bribery and corruption and child labor that occurred in that country. And just back up a minute. So Katanga province in DRC has about 85% of the world's cobalt. It's considered one of the richest countries in terms of natural resources and contains untapped supplies of rare earth and cobalt, copper, estimated at $24 trillion. That's trillion with a T. And cobalt and lithium are used in rechargeable batteries, electric motors, gas-powered cars, drones, offshore wind turbines, missiles, fighter jets, and robots, etc. So again, we took that data, tried to raise awareness in Congress and the administration. Those 2 hearings, congressional hearings, focused on the DRC's heavy reliance on forced and child labor. There's approximately 25 to 40,000 children working in artisan mines, as young as 8 years old. They're smaller, they fit in the narrow shafts dug into the ground, and many die of cancer. So we did, it's a tragic situation, but we broadened our support with NGOs and religious groups, and particularly the Catholic Church, and got their attention in support of Congress, some letters from the chairman and ranking member, bipartisan, as it should be, Foreign Relations Committee and other committees in the House and Senate. So the 1 was human rights. 2 was national security, and which you just touched on a little bit. Why should we care? And this was at the tail end of the last Trump administration. I remember having one of my first meetings in the White House at the Roosevelt Room with the National Security Council. And it was during COVID, so we're talking about national security, but we all had our mask on. And it was sort of hard to hear others talk with masks on, and I guess it was hard to hear some of us with our mask on. So they, could you speak up? Could you speak up? We can't hear you. Well, then the door flies, we're speaking up, the door flies open. I didn't know the Roosevelt Room, you might know this, is right next to the Oval Office. And somebody said, can you keep it down? The president's in there. He's not going to be happy if he has to come storming in here and tell you to pipe down. So, but that was our first conversation in the White House during the Trump administration. We had subsequent meetings during in the Biden administration on national security. And a lot of the focus there, you talked about energy security, national security, is China. So over the past 30 years, China has emerged as a critical player in the mineral supply chain, crucial for national and energy security. And despite producing just 10% of the world's lithium, cobalt, nickel, and copper, China imports and controls the processing, basically refining, of astonishingly 70 to 90% of the global supply of these metals. And this level of control is a direct result of decades of calculated domestic industrial strategy, foreign policy, and trade policy. China's dominance presents a serious challenge to the West for two reasons. First, as geopolitical tensions arise, China has actively weaponized critical minerals, restricting exports for materials such as gallium and germanium, essential for semiconductor production, graphite used in electric vehicles, and other rare earths vital to many defense technologies. Second, China uses its market power to manipulate commodity prices, making it increasingly difficult for Western companies to compete and secure private investment. And I've seen this play out over and over again in my own practice with clients. So China's traded surpluses that drive down prices, forcing Western firms to shutter operations. Now, to be fair, our own domestic policies are at fault in some instances. And there are things that we can produce efficiently in our own countries, but burdensome and unnecessary regulations stalls development of many important projects. And Western companies are generally more responsible, environmentally conscious, and attentive to human rights and labor restrictions than their Chinese counterparts. And many rare earth facilities do produce a tremendous amount of waste, in addition to radioactive elements. And the West typically views metals making as a dirty industry, and many countries have legislated heavily to restrict mining and processing of rare earths over the last decades. And sometimes we get what we ask for. And it did not matter that these resources would power a green society or the next generation of weaponry. But the issue we must be wary about is when supply chains turn unreliable, and particularly because they are controlled by countries that refuse to follow free market rules and values. This is not an isolated case where China has dominance over a strategic resource. China controls over 90% of global processing of rare earths today. It controls 70% of cobalt used in electric cars, car batteries, and smartphones and other components. The way China uses trade and investment to expand its control over resources outside its own borders is particularly concerning. For example, Indonesia has 40% of the world's reserves for nickel, the largest of any single country. Yet Chinese firms control about 75% of Indonesia's nickel refining capacity. So we need to take a hard look at the reality of this situation and develop an aggressive strategy to counter China. And just an aside, in the U.S. today there's fewer than 700 students enrolled in mining-related fields. 700 across the country, the United States, big country. That's not a pipeline. That's a warning. So should a serious conflict between the U.S. and China arise, it's not hard to imagine, for example, in the Taiwan Strait, China could very plausibly shut off all of its exports on critical minerals to the U.S. and its allies. Japan learned this the hard way. That's simple truth, the hard way 15 years ago in 2010. China showed that it was willing to use the monopoly power over the provision and refinement of strategic resources to punish its adversaries. And again, in 2010, China cut off exports of certain rare earth elements to Japan because of a territorial dispute. Now, that only lasted 7 weeks, but they learned a lesson, and most of that today is developed. Japan and Australia developed a stronger relationship in the rare earth area, so Japan is not dependent and reliant on China. And more recently, China has restricted exports of critical minerals to proprietary refining technologies to the U.S. in retaliation for export controls and tariffs levied by both the Biden and Trump administrations. China's dominance in this space is no accident. It is a direct result of a deliberate, decades-long strategy of vertical integration backed by state financing and strategic foreign investments. Just a few years ago in 2020, Xi Jinping, in a big speech, underscored that it was important for China's national security that the West supply chain remain dependent upon his country. And every effort should be made to intensify that dependence. Between 2013 and 2022, China poured $679 billion in U.S. dollars into infrastructure across 150 countries, much of it strategically targeted to support mining operations in resource-rich nations like Chile, Bolivia, and Indonesia. This approach has locked in access to critical minerals and established China as the gatekeeper of the global mineral supply chain. Today, China has 44 million metric tons of rare earth metals, the largest reserve on Earth. So what are we going to do about it? In the U.S., just in the last few months, the White House has issued a number of executive orders and repealed old ones. This includes the Trump administration's Day One executive order entitled Unleashing American Energy, which directs U.S. government agencies to assess several trade and national security related actions, including stockpiling, prioritize geological mapping, and consider support for processing of critical minerals, among other things. President Trump also issued another executive order on March 20th entitled Immediate Measures to Increase American Mineral Production. That executive order included significant measures to fast-track permitting, leasing, financing of domestic mining projects. It also directs the Export-Import Bank and the U.S. Small Business Administration to support critical minerals extraction and processing initiatives, and includes provisions designed to allocate existing federal funds and incentives to increase private sector investment in the mining industry. DOD has long, I think since World War II, been involved in critical minerals and through the Defense Production Act. That empowers the government to provide loans, loan guarantees, direct purchases to expand industrial capacity for minerals deemed critical to national defense. And U.S. Congress added the UK and Australia as domestic partners, in addition to Canada, for purposes of the DPA, Defense Production Act, so we can make direct investments in those countries. And last year, the U.S. issued multiple DPA awards to projects in Canada, which also received joint funding from the Canadian government. The U.S. DOD has already awarded close to $500 million to establish domestic rare earth element supply chains, and is now embarking on a 5-year rare earth investment strategy to build capacity. Other activities in the United States, the State Department developed a new mineral security partnership led by Secretary Rubio that aimed to diversify supply chains and reduce dependency on adversarial nations such as China. At the trade level, the USTR announced a mineral-specific bilateral agreement with Japan about 2 years ago, in which Japan hosts one of the major rare earth processing and manufacturing industries outside of China. So under the agreement, the two governments will not levy export duties on critical minerals. They trade with one another. This type of bilateral sectoral agreement to safeguard markets for minerals could be used as a model for agreements with other countries. And you also have the DFC, which is the United States Development Finance Corporation, provides funding for energy projects as part of its mission to promote economic development in low and lower middle income countries. Recently invested $30 million equity investment in Brazil for nickel and cobalt operations. In Europe, you saw President Trump recently highlight the importance, and we heard from Sir Liam earlier about the importance of Ukraine, and we still yet to see how strongly the U.S. supports Ukraine. But one of the Trump initiatives was to tie or get some benefit, I guess, with critical minerals in Ukraine. They have tremendous resources, so the president wanted to see a commercial investment or benefit from our relationship with Ukraine, which I think helps in dealing with Putin. That we have a stake in the game, stake in the ground, literally. And there's other countries in Europe with significant critical minerals. I think, Romania is an area that's had a history of significant mining, copper, cobalt reserves in the earth, and other countries in Europe. But I think there's also an opportunity not just for extraction and mining, but for the processing, which again can be often a dirty thing. We've looked in the U.S., I think, with the EPA, too many environmental rules that won't allow us to do it under the traditional processes, but there's new processes, new technologies coming out of MIT and some other universities and companies that are cleaner versions, cleaner processing. So we'll see more of that in the future. Lastly, to ensure our own economic future and national security, we must work together to ensure that every stage of the critical mineral supply chain, from exploration and production to processing and manufacturing, remains under the control of trusted partners and allies like we have here today. So thank you.
Predsjedavajući nije ovdje, ali ću ja uskočiti. Da vidimo da li mogu da uključim slajdove.
I would happily vote for us to come back every year because it's so wonderful and the hospitality is so great, but also because it's only 14 kilometers between Spain and Africa. And as an African-born South African, now a US citizen, these issues between Europe and Africa and the West and Africa really exercise my mind. Let me explain why. Look around you. Just take a look around and tell me if you see anything in this room that did not start as either mining or energy. Nothing here is possible without energy. It's mining and farming, everything, the wood, everything, the steel, it starts with mining and farming, and the correlation between the two is energy. But when you travel through Africa, in the poorest parts of Africa, it's been referred to artisanal mining, children, mining, peasant farming. Farming at scale leads to prosperity. But in Africa, you find that energy is at the heart of all its poverty. And this is what we have to change. It's not a new thought. For the last 20 years, the world has spent about $100 billion to power Africa on renewable energy. Today, 600 million Africans don't have any energy access. So when the blackout happened here in Spain and in Portugal, Europeans were aghast. It was a nightmare. For Africans, most of them, it was just Monday. They don't have any energy. I recently saw a calculation that says the average African, if you exclude South Africa, the average African has only enough electricity to power a fridge for 6.5 hours a day. Now, think to your own life. Can you live a modern life with only 6.5 hours worth of electricity for one fridge? Nothing more. So, if we look at the issue here, it is the intersection between energy, state fragility, underdevelopment, hunger, poor health. It all comes together. And it comes together because the world is not allowing Africa to power itself to prosperity. If you look at energy access in Africa, the bottom tier of energy access is South Sudan, Chad, Burundi, Malawi, and Central African Republic. The lowest energy access is South Sudan. 7% of people have access to energy. Now, why is this so? It's not only because these countries are unable to do it themselves. It is because they prevented from using what they have in the ground to power themselves to prosperity. We'll talk about that, but it's vital for us to understand that this push of renewable energy not only prevented Africans from developing modern economies, it also burdened them with huge amounts of debt. And as a result, electricity prices in Africa, and Diana referred to the US, but in Africa, they're the highest in the world in many cases, and it's mainly due to costs associated with renewable energy. Because the grids are unable to take on the energy, and by the way, African energy grids, electricity grids, have to be expanded enormously. So if you look at fragility, according to the Fragile States Index of the Fund for Peace, the most fragile states in Africa closely mirror the list of those suffering from energy poverty. I mean, this is no coincidence. It's just a fact. And yet, people bemoan the fact of state fragility, but they don't look at the root cause. And we have to start looking at the root cause, for instance, unemployment, industrialization deficits. No modern economy in the West has been built on renewables because it's intermittent power, and therefore you don't have baseload, and therefore you can't have factories and mines and so on running on renewable energy. If you want to mine in the Congo and make it reliable, you need baseload. And baseload comes from all the resources that the West take for granted and is now trying to ban. If we look at economic fragility, according to the WHO and global hunger, there's a direct correlation between hunger and energy access. So how can we say that we don't have to stop this vicious cycle by allowing Africa to turn it around? Of course, energy poverty worsens economic stagnation. So explain to me, how do you decarbonize a continent that is never carbonized? It doesn't make sense. And when you look at economic stagnation, it makes fragility, state fragility, worse. And if Spain worries about, and Southern Europe, if you worry about people from Africa coming across looking for a better life, with all the concomitant problems of child abduction and so on, well, let the Africans develop their own energy resources to supply electricity to their own people so that they can move ahead and have agriculture that wipes out hunger, that they can make the most of their mineral resources because they have energy. It is the foundation, energy is the foundation on which all development and peace relies. It's built on the foundation of energy. So, if we look at what must be done, it's no longer enough to say, let the Africans have renewables, and the rest of us will have more coal-fired power products than ever before. Because Diana explained where these solar products are made. It's made in China, who are building more coal-fired power stations than anyone else. So if you're going to look at the China effect, and you worry about the Belt and Road effect, and you want Africa to prosper, you can't put restrictions on Africa, on the entire continent of the fastest growing human population in the world, that you're not prepared to put on China or India. Frankly, I think it's very simple. I really believe so. Allow African countries to invest in the cheapest energy sources available that they have in their ground. And if it's gas, it's gas. But they need electricity and they need the investment to make it possible, and that should be developed by the private sector. Why do I say that? Well, the state has tried to do it. Governments around the world have tried to do government-to-government programs, have funded enormous investment, and it hasn't worked. Let the private sector in, make it possible for them to fund electricity in Africa. If you don't want the rest of the world to stop worrying about net zero, then at least give Africa a carve-out. At least make it possible for Africa to say, we're not going to be punished if we develop our own resources, so that our people can be fed, our factories can provide work, and all of us can prosper. You can't have peace building without energy infrastructure. And go and look at all the conflicts in Africa. The Wall Street Journal recently had an article about the growing wars in Africa. Do you think there's no link between that and the poor energy access that its people have? It's possible and it's necessary to have Africa prosper as long as we don't prescribe and contain it to the government sector. I hope you'll support me in this effort, and I hope we can come to a place where the 14 kilometers between Spain and Africa is a route for African tourists, not migrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Francois, Diana, those great presentations. We have 5 minutes before our next panel, so we have time for a few questions.
I'd like to start by asking the first question.
Oh, very good.
I'd like to ask Francois why you are calling on us to do this. Why cannot the African countries themselves, why can't a country such as Botswana or Mozambique say, I am going to develop my own resources and power my own country? Why can't they do that on their own, with their own resources? That's my question.
By the way, Botswana is doing it because they've taken a very independent route from the beginning. But it's a very good question, and the answer is probably in something, you know, my hobby is running election campaigns in Africa. I've done that for 30 years, and one of my clients once made a speech, and I said to him, Mr. President, this is a fantastic speech. I don't think Prime Minister Thatcher would have been able to deliver this speech in the UK. He said, I know, but it's what they want to hear. I'm not going to deliver it either. African governments say what they think they have to say to get whatever help they can get. And when you look at the development of the financial sector in Africa, with exceptions, it's very poorly developed. So for them to raise money locally is difficult. And then you have the international development institutions to say, we'll lend you expensive money, but only if it's renewables. And that's where the problem lies.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Why it's red? Okay, it's running. Thank you for this beautiful panel. And I live in two worlds. I am an MP and I am an industrialist, a heavy intensive energy industrialist, which I make paper. So I've been living a nightmare in Europe lately, especially when I see how Europe is being deindustrialized by the day, with this net zero ideas. I can't imagine when I see the competition, for instance, coming from Turkey in paper or in ceramics or anything that is heavy industry, energy intensive, within 500 kilometers going to Greece, for instance, where Greece is paying 70 euro today per ton of CO2. And for instance, just to give you an idea, for every 3 tons of fuel you burn in a boiler or in a gas turbine, you would generate 1 ton of CO2. So this is just to put things in perspective. So what is Europe doing? What is Europe doing to itself? Especially that today, the irony of things, especially today, because we are talking about the security issues and the energy, it so came to my mind that in Ukraine, every bomb that is being exploding, do you know how many CO2 it's emitting? Are we paying CO2 carbon $70 per ton of CO2 emitting by a bomb exploding in Ukraine today? And this is Europe. Ukraine is in somehow Europe mainland.
I have a lot of questions. What is your question?
Yeah, my question is, what are we going to do with this as Europeans in this room? What are you going to do about this, the deindustrialization of Europe?
So thanks very much for that question. My answer to that is that Europe and the EU should move away from net zero. I'm not a politician, I'm an economist, but all of you are legislators, you are politicians, you could figure out how to do it, either starting by waivers or by gradually phasing things out. Waivers is generally a good idea, pilot projects, because then you don't have to repeal the whole law, you just do it bit by bit, and that way reduce the cost of net zero on Europe so that Europe can become competitive with Asia. President Trump is doing away with net zero all at once, but he has a little bit more power because he has both branches of, or 2 branches of government right now. But I would suggest gradually going away from it. But how about JC and Francois?
Well, I think,
some question here.
I think for Africa, I've explained it, but maybe you want to address it.
Question. I have a question. I don't have any further to add on that. I guess in my last remarks, I did leave out the part about Congress's role in legislation. So certainly you all can look at legislation to introduce new legislation, repeal old legislation that's mandating some of these policies. So you can correct course.
Hello.
We had a question.
Question.
Thank you very much. Well, generally I communicate by my silence more than my words, but let's make an exception here. De primo, muy buenas tardes y gracias a nuestros amigos españoles.
First of all, thanks so much. I'd like to thank our Spanish friends.
It's more of a remark and it will be straight to the point. Morocco is 14 kilometers of Spain. We are linked by history, we are linked by the sea. We are not separated. We have common future and common challenges. And as a matter of fact, when there was the blackout, and we were very sorry actually to see that in this beautiful country that we support, that supports our sovereignty and support theirs, Morocco was one of the first countries also to support and show electrical solidarity. We were the ones actually exporting electricity out of the country, and that was thanks to the lot of investments that were done actually, thanks to the high vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. And I think actually that His Excellency Pedro Sanchez, President of the government, thanked the Kingdom of Morocco and mentioned it by its name strongly actually in his speech. My point is that when we are talking about energy security, and I'm not putting my hat as the President of the African Council here, I'm talking in my private quality, we forget that energy security and electricity security is very critical. There is no food security without that, because food security is not about production. There is a production in the world, and we need to sustain it, and we need to diversify it, yes. But there is no food security if you don't have reefer houses. There is no food security if you cannot transport actually the food to the right people. And I remind all of us that today the World Food Programme is also the biggest logistics company in the world, having the biggest actually reefer houses and the biggest transportation means. And I stop there. And there is actually no health security if we cannot actually power the hospitals with the right lights and with the right scanners. And I think that this message is very clear. So electricity is not a choice, it's a must-have as much as other things, actually as much as water, and I would say even as oxygen in today's world. And it's also security, and we all know what I'm speaking about. Now, how to secure that? All means are good. We don't have the choice. It's not actually a question of choice. Let's be very clear about that. We need actually to secure electricity in Africa actually a lot, and we need also to have backups for some European countries to work hand in hand. And here, you know that's what I'm going to talk about, Diana. I'm going to talk about the great initiative of the Nigerian-Moroccan pipeline that will secure actually throat gas that is provided by Nigerian country, but also by other actually countries in the African continent, in the Atlantic actually, Africa, electricity not just to the 13 sovereign countries between Nigeria and Morocco included, but also backup for Europe actually to be used. So it's a way how to serve North-South-South cooperation. It's a way also how to secure investment, how to secure industrialization, and how to secure electricity in our continent. Thank you very much.
If I may, the only point I would add to that is it should be the cheapest resource available, because that way we can give Africa a competitive advantage in the modern world and the modern economy. So I applaud what you say.
Hello.
Yes.
Access side also. Sorry. Yeah. Senator Mohammed Fareed from Egypt. I'd like just to shed a light, on that. But why African countries doesn't develop its own energy. The problem is simply with restrictions being imposed by either multilateral institutions or by our friends and partners in the EU. For example, take an example, like the piece of legislation CBAM, for example, and how restrictions it put, in exporting. And with such restrictions, the only one benefiting from that are the Chinese. And we don't get that clearly because, pardon me being brutally frank, these are kind of policies that it's just make feel-good policies that doesn't backed by any kind of science or economics or anything, just to feel good and sleep good at night and say, yeah, I did my job. But at the end of the day, you make people's life miserable and you empower the adversaries like China and others. But at the end of the day, if we're talking about the renewable energy, which is, okay, fine, good, it's important for diversification. But again, the greatest one who are benefiting from that are the Chinese, and we see all kind of malpractices in extracting the minerals and so on. I think that the ban on nuclear energy, this is an extremely important thing, that we need to release these bans and be able to export the nuclear energy for peaceful electricity generation for other countries, because if you don't do that, the Chinese also will benefit from that, and the Russians too. And to give you a clear example, since I was a little kid, and I'm not a young person, I kept reading in the newspaper in Egypt that Egypt is entering the nuclear age, almost every couple of weeks. And there were negotiations with Pictel, with the French, with the whatever. But by the end of the day, the Russians landed the deal. And what happens? They're not just building a nuclear power plant. They are there for at least 80 years, because when you're building a nuclear power plant, the entire process takes at least, 80 years, 75 years with construction and dismantling and the operation and the waste management and everything. So you're empowering the adversaries. So this is something I'm talking as a policymaker and you as scholars, that we need to free the potential, in order to be able to grow. Thank you.
Okay. Last question. Two more questions because we have to wrap.
Congressman tasked me with keeping the trains running on time. We have another panel behind us and then lunch. So quick questions, not too much commentary.
One over here and then one over here and then we stop.
This side.
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Nkole from Nigeria. Thank you for your well thought out program on energy security and critical materials. I took particular interest on Francois's bad submission that African countries most times they approach lender organizations to borrow at a very high rate. Now, I'm sure that yes, we have that intention to secure our energy, but your regulations appears to not to favor Africans deliberately. If that is the case, why don't you allow Africans to key into nuclear plants, energy? Because in Africa, like in Nigeria particularly, we rely on hydroelectricity, and this comes with a lot of fluctuations because of weather. And now we're talking about whether climate change affects the levels of water. So why don't you deliberately, at that level, i.e. International Atomic Energy Regulatory, all those regulatory agencies, make familiar or easy accessible laws or regulations that could help Africans intentionally latch into establishment of nuclear plants so that we secure our the guarantee for security. Even in the lending process too, it can also give timelines, conditions for borrowing, for energy processes, that it should be tied down to some certain specific projects, particularly if it is nuclear. That if you are borrowing for energy stuff, what is more reliable, what is in now is about nuclear. Now we can give you funds only if you tie them down to those specifics. So that it becomes sure that we're also sure that you're intentional about.
That was the bell. That was the bell. We got to wrap up here, so thank you for that. I don't know if was that a question there or a response, observation?
Well, all I will say is, of course, nuclear, but all have to be affordable for Africans. Nuclear is expensive. Other sources are cheaper.
Diana, you get the last word.
Well, there was a very quick question over here. Do you have a question?
It's got to be a quick question.
Very quick question. Faster than the other ones, at least. I come from Norway. We have a lot of resources, a lot of energy.
A lot of wind.
Wind, gas, oil, hydric power. We have everything. Minerals, we have everything. But why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we exploiting this? And we all here agree that we should exploit this. And it's kind of incredible because the people with the power, at least in Norway, are the environment organization, the media, other organizations, and the parties actually following them to get the votes. And it's only one party in Norway which is actually favoring what we are saying here. And I think that's the same in the rest of Europe. So we have to vote for the right parties. That's the only thing we can do. And if you look at, I'm not saying criticizing anyone, but if you look at the social democratic parties all over Europe, they all favor net zero. The same with the conservatives, all net zero. So why are we voting for them if you think this is so important for everything we do? We can only blame ourselves, and this is actually going also contagious to the EU, which Norway is not a member of, but we are associated. So it's we can just thank ourselves, even though we have good speeches here, and we all agree, but nothing's going to happen before we actually do it ourselves, not through Parliament, but we have to do it by voting the right parties. It's the only way to do it.
That's a great point. I think what a great conversation. We're going to carry some of this discussion out over lunchtime. We have one more panel come up. Thanks for that, though. And so I'm going to invite our next panel up here. It's a 30-minute panel, and we can move to lunch. Some of you are getting hungry, I know. This is entitled Europe Before the Challenge of Artificial Intelligence. I want to thank Diana and Francois for your great remarks. And again, I hope we have some more discussion in the hallway or at lunch. So Mr. Miguel Angel Lopez Valverde and Ms. Isabel Gonzalez Hervas, a security and defense partner at EY. All right. So this is the second AI panel of the conference entitled Europe Before the Challenge of Artificial Intelligence. We're going to begin with Mr. Lopez Valverde, Counselor for Digitalization of the Community of Madrid. So we have some quiet and then Ashley get started.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thanks so much, dear Congressman Robert Partinger and dear panel at Ernst & Young, Isabel González Cervas, dear senators, rest of the authorities, and dear attendees. Please allow me to begin by thanking you for the invitation to be here, participating in this 29th Parliamentary Forum on Intelligence and Security. It's an honor to be here in this space for dialogue that throughout several editions has been consolidated as a reference for strategic reflection on the biggest challenges that we face as a society. I appear here from the responsibility given to me by managing the Council's Office of Digitization of the Community of Madrid, convinced that the debate on AI cannot just stay at the labs, research centers, or executive committees of large tech companies. Pretty much to the opposite, AI is already present in our institutions and in the services we give and in decisions we make. Therefore, from the public sector and the administrations, we have the duty of leading its adoption with criteria of utility, transparency, equity and responsibility. The title of the panel that we participate, Europe in the face of the AI challenge, is calling us up directly as a country and as a region, but also as managers of public expenditure. Because in this tech transformation process, Europe needs to be much more than an observer. It needs to be a main actor, a pole of responsible innovation, an ethical reference, also democratic in the face of other tech development models. And if Europe wants to have that role, the public sector needs to be at the forefront. And it needs to take an essential role, because it's in the public sphere where we most clearly test the promises of AI, its ability to improve the life of people and to make more efficient services and to anticipate needs, reduce inequalities and take better decisions. So in the region of Madrid, we are fully aware of that responsibility. That's why we made out of the digital transformation of the public sector a political priority in a long-term strategy. In that strategy, we adopt AI as a tool to advance in three main targets. First, to improve the actual public services. Secondly, to strengthen citizens' confidence and trust. And third, to contribute to the tech leadership of Europe. Please allow me to briefly stop in each of these goals. First, the improvement of public services. In Madrid, we're already applying solutions based on AI in key sectors such as health, education, and citizen care. And we have algorithms helping to optimize the surgical waiting lists with predictive systems to improve transport planning and virtual assistants attending queries 24/7, all that focused on public value and the real impact on the quality of life of all of our citizens. The region of Madrid has already developed more than 149 cases in the actual administration through applying AI. 89% correspond to the health sector. Just to mention a few cases and examples, we have a system that may predict how many beds and resources are needed in hospitals to help planning so that medical care is much quicker and efficient. We're also using AI for prevention and for the triage of lung cancer through radiological images, and this technique allows us to identify lung lesions in initial stages, increasing notably the possibility of healing treatment and the help to the actual doctors. In education, we can highlight the usage of AI in the early detection of the school dropouts, which is very important, and the adoption and adaptation of learning to the needs of each student, customized to each student. So AI is allowing us to automate repetitive tasks and to release time from professionals so they may concentrate on essential bits and offer faster responses that are more precise. We are advancing towards more proactive management models, towards a government 5.0, more customized and efficient. Services that used to require weeks of work can now be solved in a matter of minutes, and why not seconds. AI allows us to anticipate needs, to detect vulnerabilities, and improve decision-making to benefit general interest. But it also forces us to redefine processes, to redefine the way in which we do things, and to review ethical frameworks and train our public employees in the actual new digital skills.
That's why by implementing technology, we also want to foster the cultural transformation of the administration. Secondly, the trust of citizens is fundamental. We know that technology can only be deployed at its full potential if it's trusted by society. And that trust is built from transparency, accountability, and the respect of fundamental rights. We don't want to have an AI which is going to be opaque. We want an AI that is aligned with the democratic values, reinforcing the equality and inclusion, and that will never substitute human judgment when taking critical decisions. For that, we are providing our institutions with the necessary tools to audit, correct, and improve these algorithmic systems that we are using. We apply ethics and transparency principles in all our developments aligned with the European guidelines, and we assess the impact of all of our projects. Thirdly, we must foster Europe as a global actor. In a geopolitical context marked by technology competition of major powers, Europe has opted for its own digital development model, including people regulated, interoperable, and with a strong ethical dimension. This model has materialized in initiatives such as the European Strategy of Data. And from the regions, we have to contribute actively to its implementation. The regional government of Madrid fully shares this European view of AI as the engine for ethical progress that is inclusive and sustainable. Our region has consolidated as a strategic node for innovation, an ecosystem combining talent, infrastructures, and political will. In the almost 2 years of term, the regional government of Madrid has implemented many actions to implement AI. We have created a specific cluster of AI, grouping key agents of society, public companies, but also private companies and society. We have implemented an AI office with a crucial role when promoting initiatives and projects and policies of AI inside the region. Under the label Madrid for AI, we have got different initiatives to facilitate the ethical adoption of AI in multiple sectors. But it's not just that. We're also committed to training and digital skills. With technological partners, we have also launched courses of AI for 100,000 youngsters because we believe that access to technology knowledge is also a lever of social equality and an empowering tool for citizens. The times that we are living are decisive, as we all know. AI will deeply change our societies and our economies. The challenge ahead is the one of guaranteeing for that change to be positive and respectful with the values that define us as Europeans. From the public sector, we can and we are responsible for leading this process, not only as users of technology, but as the ones who foster this development towards the common good. The regional government of Madrid wants to be at the level of this challenge. We want to continue to be innovative, open, and committed with the future by creating dialogue, institutional cooperation, and mutual respect amongst all the administrations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gonzalez Hervas, Security Defense Partner at EY. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll try to approach the discussion also reflecting on the comments by the Councillor. But first of all, Congressman, Senator as well, thank you so very much for the opportunity to join this panel. I have been already almost 25 years working in the defense and security industry, aerospace as well. And it really is an honor to take part in these discussions and these conversations with, to be honest, with an audience that doesn't need to be reminded that we are not really living an anticipated future of AI, but we're rather kind of already navigating it. It's also from the defense and security perspective that we really need to reflect that the front lines, we are seeing it every day in the news, sadly, but we are seeing it every day. It's the front line of the battle space are really not only digital anymore. They're actually, not only physical anymore. They're actually digital. They're actually algorithmic. They're actually progressively autonomous. So when we think from that perspective on the leadership in AI globally, it really is not a matter, and this was a topic of discussion during the session yesterday, it really is not a matter, according to our opinion, of just economic growth, of just financial reasons, not even technological frontiers. It is an actual matter of sovereignty. It really dictates how the conflict develops, and it actually shapes up. Well, we are seeing it again every day. It actually shapes up and reshapes the global geopolitical landscape. So in light of this scenario, when we have to reflect, or when we do reflect from Europe on what we can do, really there is a pivotal decision whether we keep on, because we have been so far, we keep on being bystanders of the discussion of the AI landscape globally, or we try and close the gaps in order to be able to, well, to join the group of architects that are actually shaping it. So I'm going to try to structure this short speak of these minutes of intervention in 3 areas. First, I got to start being honest. If we want to be discussing, again, if and what can Europe do, can Europe build, even if it's feasible for Europe to do or to build something actually at this point in the I would say, arms race, AI arms race. We really have to look at where we are standing now. And again, from an honest perspective, we really need to understand where our vulnerabilities are resting and what we've done right or what we've done wrong so far. No? So it was also mentioned yesterday, it's a key fact and it's widely known by anybody who really deals with large language models or Gen AI globally. But out of the number of major foundational models, I would say, that were developed last year, 40, and again, a colleague yesterday mentioned it, 40 were developed in the US, 15 in China, only 3 in Europe, by the way, in France. Also, by the way, they are not exactly performing like top of a notch in terms of benchmarking, which is also not ideal from a European perspective. But that really, again, in light of the defense and security and the intelligence and security reflection, that really leaves us in a very poor position. It's not only a digital technology problem. It's something that it's really compromising our sovereignty and our capability to defend the democratic values that we believe in. No? Again, in terms of internal reflection from European standpoint, our AI landscape has been suffering an over-regulated scenario that could have somehow worked around this over-regulation by having significant investment, which was, again, not the case. So far from ideal, one more time. Then again, we have been lagging because of a non-cohesive, I would say, industrial sector, industrial structure, lacking private capital to be supporting those initiatives. Startups, again, lacking the funding and lacking the, I would say, spirit, the entrepreneurial spirit and the culture, not risk-averse, but on the contrary, that, for example, American startups are facing. So we've not really done it so great just yet, I would say. We've had a number of wake-up calls already in the recent past years and lately, the recent past months, and I would even say lately, the recent past weeks. A number of wake-up calls have been just performed, both from inside and outside the EU. Draghi's report on European competitiveness already highlighted the severely, I would say, underinvested technological landscape in Europe, and technologies where we are basically investing more in middle tech than rather in high tech. Also, President Ministro's report, by end last year, I think it was November last year, it's versed as well and directed a bit more those reflections also on defense and security. And again, highlighted that the nature of the current conflict, given the nature of the current conflict, AI is really a key enabler. A key enabler of modern deterrence and a key enabler of the prevalence of our sovereignty, the prevalence of our values, the prevalence of the principles of our society, of European society. Not only that, but also, again, I was going to say it was already this year, it was the European Commission with the rearm plan, with the readiness 2030, and then a bit later, a few weeks later, with the white paper on the defense, on the European defense, already again highlighted the impact of artificial intelligence in the development of the current battlefield and the development of the conflict, and the need to be able to overcome those I would say those severe gaps that we are having, particularly on AI. So again, in light of this scenario, it doesn't really seem to be anymore, I would say, a market failure from Europe, which of course, at least in my opinion, it has been, but rather now it's a severe, again, strategic vulnerability that we are suffering and that we cannot cope with. Good news, to put some highlights. Good news is I think that it seems that we are starting to take action. It seems that we heard the wake-up calls, and it seems that we are starting to do some things. It was only last month, in April, that Europe launched his AI continent action plan with the 5 strong pillars that I would not go very deep because it's widely, I assume it's widely known. First of all, because the ambition it pursues, it's really great, given, again, the starting point where we are coming from. But also because I will mention them a bit, because they help us structure what shape and what elements there are or we can find in the AI landscape, and thus being able to try and tackle each of them from the European standpoint to see whether we are better or worse positioned in order to be accomplishing our goals. So the 5 pivotal, I would say, pillars the European Union is structuring this approach, and I would read them if I find it. Yeah. Computing infrastructure, which is pretty obvious. Data. We are not really masters at sharing, I would say, data or making it accessible. Regulating, yes, but not really sharing. It also discusses and focuses a lot on adoption, and I mean adoption including not only the models, be it classical or Gen AI, but also the use cases, and it focuses really a lot in driving adoption within the European industries to be able to thrive in delivering the action plan. Also on the skills and the talent that is required, and again acknowledging that we don't have such a strong, I would say, university position in terms of global competitive approach, as for example in the US or in Boston area or in California, but still there's huge talent that needs to be leveraged, and within the EU, not only talent only coming from the EU, but also coming from other places where European values are appreciated and the principles of our society are shared by the students and the doctorates and everything. And the last one, but not least, which is one of our, I would say, major drawbacks, is the regulation and the purpose of, or the ambition again, from Europe to be a bit easier, to go towards the smart regulation that we discussed yesterday, but again regulating because it's in our culture, I would say. So from that perspective, if we really go to, okay, then what can we do in Europe? I mean, again, going back to the question at the beginning, is it feasible? Can we do something? Are we on time? I was still on time to be able to do something. The good news as well, at least from our point of view, is that we are not starting from scratch. I mean, there are a number of advantages and strengths that we can leverage in order to be able to, again, cover the path from being a stand-byer to being an active architect of the global AI landscape. For example, some sectors, some industrial sectors and businesses, such as automotive or even aerospace or health or mobility or green tech. Those are sectors where Europe is clearly very strong and has a lot of expert knowledge that can be leveraged, has a lot of traction there that can be, again, put in place to be able to build those use cases that are really making the difference. Because, fortunately, the AI landscape is deeply affected or deeply involving generative AI, but not only generative AI. Actually, in order to be able to build complex AI systems, you know we need to put orchestrators, you know we need to put agents, you know we need to mix classical and Gen AI. And in that field, really having a deep expert industry knowledge is key to actually putting some value and some human alignment, as we also discussed yesterday, some human alignment that makes the system, the overall system, really work and really be meaningful in terms again of adoption and in terms of use. Then another and this might be a bit controversial, but another strength, and many experts consider it as such, is our regulatory capabilities, because that makes us trustworthy, that makes us reliable, that makes us a solid partner and ally. And in light of the current geopolitical situation, that is not something that can be, I think, that should not be taken for granted. And as such, that trust that the European Union actually has should also be considered as another strength. We also have very strong democratic values and ethical values that are embedding everything, the culture of our companies, the culture of our people, the culture of our cities and of our citizens as well. And that is also understood and interpreted by the market and in general the AI landscape as a positive element that we can actually be leveraging. And we really can be now that also defense plans have been put on the table, we really can be very significant in the use of AI in the defense industry. I know it's not been something that has been very openly discussed up until now. Again, there we also needed a wake-up call, or many wake-up calls a few years from now ago. But still, we're pretty much in a good shape in that field. So, just to close up or to wrap up, 4, I would say, elements or call to actions in terms of what we can actually do. Of course, we need to invest more. This action plan that I mentioned that was launched for the AI continent last month included 200 billion euros, which again, if we compare to Meta's and Nvidia's and OpenAI initiatives, Stargate, which is funded with already 100, seems to be not enough, and we need to mobilize it. We need to be able to mobilize private capital. We also need to integrate and again leverage the strength of our industries to be able to integrate use cases and to make those industries pull from the demand side, not from the technology bottom up, but rather from a top-down demand. We also need to empower, because we really need to build a strong European innovation ecosystem and to bring back the talent that might now be a bit wary of going somewhere else. And we really are strong. We really have to strengthen that. And we really need to collaborate, because it's in our nature, for good or bad. I mean, there are 27 of us. We really need to interoperate, as you were saying. We really need to be able to choose how we build our strategic interdependence, or our strategic sovereignty, or our strategic, I would say, dependencies. We need to choose the allies we go with and where we go with each of them. Because otherwise we are not going to be able to master what we really need, which is keeping our security, keeping our democracy, and sustaining the principles that we all live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Both outstanding, very informative presentations. And I think it's important that as lawmakers and policymakers, as we consider regulating or legislating around AI or Gen AI, that we understand what we're regulating as much as possible. So this is very, very helpful. I know we're between us and lunch. I know we got shortened a little bit on we got some delay, but maybe we have time for 1 or 2, if we can make short, concise questions and get a couple out of the way and then get to lunch, if anybody has any. I think it might be a lot of hungry people in here then, so thank you so much. We'll come back at about a little less than an hour for the conclusion of today's panel discussions. Thank you.
Así, toma.
Good afternoon. My dear friends, welcome back from lunch. Go tell them to come in. Oh, the sacks. I think they use their ears enough, they don't use their mouth. So good afternoon. Thank you for coming back and being so attentive and responsive. We have a little bit left, not much, but it'll sure be good. If you could kindly take a seat, and hopefully the others. Lucas, otra vez. Lucas, see, he hates to round up people. But that's it. So, before we get started, may I mention to you that Dr. Maurer has brought his book, The Code of Honor, Embracing the Ethics of Cybersecurity. And he has a book for each one of you that I'm sure he'll be glad to sign or whatever. But I've read the book. And it's an outstanding concept of what needs to be done to bring moral clarity and commitment in whatever measure we can to cybersecurity. Knowing that bad guys are never going to adhere to anything, but we need to get alignment from our side as much as possible. We're going to have now a video presentation. Congressman Issa, one of my colleagues in the House, had intended to be here, but we're involved in very intense negotiations on the budget called reconciliation, and it's very difficult with our narrow majority in the House and trying to get everyone happy to find some resolution and agreement. So to that end, he had to stay, but he made an outstanding video that we're going to show at this time. So for your enjoyment, Congressman Darrell Issa.
Hello, I'm Congressman Darrell Issa, and as Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I want to thank you for this opportunity to address the 29th Parliamentary Forum on Intelligence and Security. And a special word of thanks to my friend and congressional colleague, Robert Pittenger, for convening this conference and bringing us all together. While I'm not able to join you there in Madrid, I offer a perspective for discussion and, yes, even debate. At no time since the end of the Cold War has the world faced more of a challenge of change than it does today. But there's an abundance of opportunity, and the road ahead is coming into clarity as we speak. The course the Trump administration is setting, quite frankly, some would call isolationist, but I take a different view. No president since Ronald Reagan has been so committed to bringing free nations closer together and united the world behind the cause for peace and a peace through strength. The vision is not only for America, but for a more peaceful and prosperous world for everyone. This week, my friend, the American Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, testified before the House and Senate. And I hope you have had an opportunity to hear his message as he delivered on the reorganization of the State Department. The United States has embraced a great mission to safeguard our borders, reset unfair trade imbalances, kickstart wealth and health, and remake the global disorder of the last 4 years, and one might say even beyond. In Ukraine, America is choosing realistic engagement and seeking peace with honor, not a settlement of the struggle without an end. In the Middle East, America is rolling back Iranian influence, telling the truth about Hamas and Hezbollah, promoting a durable security for Israel and a future that has a nation with dignity for the Palestinian people. And America is now truly deterring the Chinese Communist Party and rallying the world, in fact, the West against the East in many cases. I believe leaders on both sides of the Atlantic and around the world can find true common cause with the energy of America's executive and the unity of the free world against the forces of tyranny. But peace through strength is not merely hard power. The very foundation of a free world built on an economic prosperity and leading-edge technology and innovation has to play its part. Several panels at this year's forum address the importance of technology to our collective security. I want to touch for a moment on artificial intelligence. Much has been said about artificial intelligence over the last few months. The fact is, as Europe has tried to restrain AI through the AI Act, we have in fact kept a soft handle on that. We cannot cede our advantage and our values to China. We also cannot allow ourselves to fall behind China. For that reason, the core of our vision of AI's future is a positive vision that puts innovation before regulation and personal freedom over authoritarian control. We have a choice. We can approach AI as a threat to the status quo to be controlled, or like the internet, we can embrace an undeniable opportunity to unlock its full potential to change lives for the better. We know that China will seek to leverage AI for its Belt and Road expansion, for Beijing's global dominance. We know a better way. Let AI be the 21st century's indispensable tool of free minds, free people, and a free market. The final word, America is in itself under new leadership, and you can look at us as a trusted partner, one that will make life better for our children and grandchildren so they can enjoy the hard work and the hard-won blessings of security and liberty. Thank you so much. Enjoy the conference, and I look forward to reports back. And one last thing, Robert, good job.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back. It was a nice lunch. I think we all had a chance to chat and discuss some of the earlier panels. So now we have, in the home stretch here, the Honorable Oleg Dunda, a member of Parliament in Ukraine, who's going to offer some remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm delighted to welcome everyone gathered here today. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude. Special thanks to Honorable Robert Pittenger and your entire team for excellent organization of the forum in Madrid. And of course, many thanks to the Honorable Speaker of Senate, Pedro Roland, for his hospitality. So today we will talk about things that until recently were science fiction, about space forces. Who interested in politics will immediately recall US President Ronald Reagan's strategic defense initiative. That strategic defense initiative was famous for its huge budgets and plans that were technically impossible at the time. However, it did achieve its goal. It dragged the USSR into a deadly arms race. 40 years have passed since then, and Russia's current war against Ukraine has clearly shown that 20th century military technology no longer works. Over the past month, I have traveled almost the entire front line in Ukraine, from Sumy to Odessa, from north to south. I spoke with soldiers from the airborne troops, intelligence, and even the Navy. As a result, I can say with complete confidence that no military operation can do without satellites. Thank you very much. Their presence, along with nuclear power status, is a key criterion. It determines whether a country can claim the role of a geopolitical leader. There is one caveat. Nuclear weapons are deterrent, are practically unusable in conventional warfare. Space forces, on the other hand, are an aid to all types of troops. Traditional methods of aerial reconnaissance and communications are vulnerable in modern warfare. This explains high status of space forces. The experience of the war in Ukraine shows that with active air defense, aviation effectively loses its freedom of action. The risk of losing the most valuable part of any craft, the crew, is too high. This limits the ability to command troops and conduct reconnaissance behind the front lines. In addition, existing communication systems become ineffective when electronic warfare is used on large scale. Only space forces are capable of solving this problem. Today, there is no reliable and widely applicable way to take out enemy satellites. Any attempt carries the risk of losing of your own orbital group. Even the few technologies that could potentially destroy a single satellite will not work. In a situation where hundreds of targets need to be neutralized simultaneously, they are useless. Totally useless. That is why space forces remain the only tool in the modern warfare for. The first, conducting reconnaissance using optical observation satellites and probing the Earth's surface and at previously inaccessible levels. The second, providing all types of troops with reliable means of communication. And the last, operation control of equipment and military units directly on the battlefield. So I would like to highlight the last point in particular, the ability to control armies en masse in real time during combat. This isn't just technological progress, but a real revolution in military affairs that has taken place in Ukraine. By 2025, the Russian-Ukraine war had changed format. The familiar patterns of the 20th century remained in 2022. Now we have totally another war. Now there is a high-tech confrontation in the 21st century with mass use of drones. One of the most striking examples is Ukrainian naval drones in Black Sea. It's thanks to Starlink that they are operating successfully in Black Sea. As a result, this technological revolution in the military spheres has made it possible to, the first, significantly reduce casualties among soldiers and commanders. After all, human resource remains the most expensive and irreplaceable in wartime. The second, significantly reduce the size of strike and transport platforms due to the absence of crews. This makes them more mobile and less vulnerable to enemy fire. A light and maneuverable buggy is more likely to survive on battlefield than a bulky 50-ton tank. The third, significantly reduce the cost of combat equipment and weapons. There's no need for armor, which means that the weight and dimension of equipment are reduced. And the last, open up areas on the front and scenarios that were previously considered no-go zones for manned vehicles to the army. In the near future, almost all military equipment will rely on space infrastructure. This will lead to profound changes in the technical equipment of all types of armed forces. Traditional weapons such as tanks, artillery, aircraft carriers are becoming a kind of 21st century equivalent of dreadnoughts, like 100 years ago. They are cumbersome, expensive, and ineffective in modern warfare. This requires authorities to urgently review the priorities of defense budget in favor of development of space forces. Of course, if the country wants to maintain its real combat capability and geopolitical ways in the near future. So let's take a look at the current state of this sector. Who controls space now? As of 2024, government spending on space program amounted to about $135 billion. Of this, $73 billion is allocated to the defense sector. In the near future, we should expect explosive growth in space exploration costs. The United States remains the leader in this field at the moment. It accounts for $80 billion, or 59% of all spending on space programs. China ranks second. Its spending on space program is about 4 times less than that of the United States. It's the level of the European Union. The same, level the same. Fortunately, Russia's achievements in this area are negligible and not even worth mention. According to current statistics, there are currently over 5,000 American satellites in space. The European Union and the United Kingdom together have just over 900 orbital devices. China has about 650 satellites. Russia has only 181 satellites, but most of them are obsolete, very obsolete. But the statistic on new launch is much more convincing. In 2024, the United States carried out 151 launches. China carried out 65 launches. Russia carried out 17 launches. The European Union carried out 4 launches. Think about that number, just 4. European Union. So I would say Elon Musk is controlling space now, for now. Just one person, Elon Musk. Among states, United States is a leader in space forces. The only real contender for now is China, and possibly Europe, if it radically changes its vision of the development of space programs. Also, Europe may remain a satellite of the United States. The state of technical thought in Russia doesn't allow us to expect anything breakthrough from them, apart from naturally old Soviet legacy. Let me give you a clear example from Ukrainian battlefield. Ukraine today has a significant advantage over Russia in the Black Sea. Thanks to what? US satellite intelligence support and access to Starlink. That is why Russian Black Sea Fleet has effectively been reduced to scrap metal. Russia cannot operate effectively in naval war, in current naval war. It has neither sufficient satellites no space communication technology. While Ukraine is successfully deploying naval drones, Russian developments in this area remain at the level of science fiction. Of course, Russia is trying to compensate for its lack of satellite infrastructure. In particular, the occupiers are using smuggled Starlink terminals or European equivalents such as Eutelsat. I saw a lot of examples of using by Russia Eutelsat in Sumy or Donetsk region. However, this does not solve the problem due to Russian limited access to Starlink service and terminals. Eutelsat's coverage and connection quality insufficient to guarantee the operation of drones, especially maritime ones. To date, Russia has no viable alternative to American satellites, especially without serious compromise in quality. Today, we are on the threshold of fundamentally new military and geopolitical era. Space is no longer real or symbolic breakthrough or science fiction. It has become a key tool of modern warfare. Space forces have already changed the nature of combat operations. In the near future, they will also change the balance of power in the world. In the 20th century, nuclear power determined a country's role on international stage. In the 21st century, this role will be played by presence of space forces. To be leader in future military alliances, a country needs to give its army next points. First, constant satellite surveillance. The second, reliable communications. The third, real-time unit command and machine control. The rest country will have to choose whose orbits they will share, American or Chinese. Or maybe Europe, but for this a united Europe must make every effort. Such changes will inevitably lead to the formation of new defense alliances. And they may even be more effective than the military blocs around the nuclear umbrella. This transformation requires us to reconcile the following today. The structure of defense budgets, because old military, instruments like tanks, artillery, and maybe aircraft carriers useless now. Priorities for international cooperation and approach to strategic planning. If we want to be ready for tomorrow's challenges, we need to invest not in the arsenals of the past, but in the technologies of the future. Space forces will not just reshape the battlefield, not only in Ukraine. They will redraw the world's balance of power with this future. And we need to change all our defense, not just industry, but defense ideology, first of all. Without that, any country in the future will not have any possibilities and opportunities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It's fascinating. It may not be the final frontier, but one of the next frontiers for national security, defense, innovation, as you point out. And we have another panel coming up. We probably have time for one or two questions. John Strand.
Now you mentioned Eutelsat the same way as I did it yesterday. May I ask, you're sitting in the parliament in Ukraine, how do you feel that a French satellite company is delivering the support to Russia, as you mentioned here? How do you feel as a politician that your partner here in Europe is actually helping Russia? What's your feeling with these things?
Thank you very much for your question. It's, like I said, matter of satellites and space forces. It's the first point which will formate a new alliance in the world, military alliance. So in this situation, every country which control orbital groups need to reconcile the restrictions and rules which will use in new alliances. Who can use your orbital groups? Who can't use your orbital groups? Because for today, we don't have any rules in this sphere. Like you said, like I said, Russia and every country can use Eutelsat. Some countries can use Starlinks without any restrictions and any barriers. But I think in the nearest future, all these rules will be changed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's move on to our next panel, another one on the very important issue of human trafficking. And this is entitled Human Trafficking and Its Role in Sponsoring Terrorism. We have two guest speaker experts, the Honorable Dame Karen Bradley, Member of Parliament, Chair of the Home Affairs Committee in the United Kingdom, and the Honorable Cristian Bacanu, who's a former member of Parliament in Romania. Thank you both. And whenever you're ready, I think, Dame Bradley, we start with you. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, just correcting on.
Dame Karen.
That's it. Brilliant. Thank you. Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this. I have been a long-standing supporter of your work, Congressman, and attended a number of these events, and it's wonderful to be here today in Madrid, and I want to thank the Senate of Madrid for your hospitality in hosting us. It's an odd title, I guess, an odd subject, the role of human trafficking and its intersection with terrorism. And I was sort of starting off thinking, did we want to talk about state-sponsored trafficking that is terrorist? So when we had the example of the migrants who were taken to the border of Poland in Belarus by the Russians to intimidate the European Union, that was human trafficking, state-sponsored. It was creating terror. Or we could think about the girls that were kidnapped by Boko Haram, the terrorist organisation that took the girls, trafficked them, and who knows what horrors that they faced. Or we could think about those 20,000 nearly Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russia. And in Russia today, those children have been taken as an act of terror, I would suggest, by the Russian state. But I think actually we should think about this more widely, because I think human trafficking is a crime that can pay for terrorism, not just state-sponsored, but beyond, because it is a financial crime. It is the making money, one human being exploiting another human being to make money. It is that simple. It's not a migration crime. It's not a crime of emotion. It is a crime of money. It is simply a criminal wants to make money, and they use one human being to make it. And that could be through sex exploitation. They could be pimping women and girls as prostitutes, making money from them. It could be labour exploitation. It could be making them pick their crops without really paying them, or make their products, make their solar panels perhaps in China, maybe their cotton. Maybe it's all sorts of other ways that people are exploited and somebody makes money from it. Billions and billions and billions of dollars of money every year. And that money can be spent on terrorism, just as drugs, trafficking, firearms, extortion, any other way that a criminal can make money can be spent on terrorism. So how do we approach it? How do we make a difference? How do we start thinking of this? And I'm really pleased, actually, we are thinking about human trafficking in the context of terrorism, because whilst, as I say, when I was first given the topic, I thought, that's a slightly odd one. Actually, it's forced me to think about the intersection of all these crimes and actually how they harm us all. Now, in the UK, we approach tackling modern slavery and human trafficking with a 4 Ps approach. It's pretty common, I think probably everyone has it. Our Ps are pursue, prevent, protect and prepare. Pursue is basically catch the bad guys. Protect is stop you becoming a victim of the bad guys. Prevent is stop you becoming a perpetrator, stop you becoming a bad guy in the first place. And prepare is, if you have been a victim, what can we do to help you? And I'm sure in every country there is a similar approach to it. But we have to remember, with human trafficking, unlike drugs or firearms, there are human beings involved. And that means that it has to be a victim-centred approach. We've got to look at the victims and make sure the victims have the support they need to come forward, that there are services available for them, that they are prepared to come forward, that they recognise they're a victim, and that they then give us the evidence we need to catch the bad guys and stop the bad guys. And we also, of course, look at the financial aspects. In the UK, we have a supply chain measure, transparency and supply chain measure, which means that large companies have to report publicly on the action they are taking to eradicate slavery from their supply chains. And that does mean that businesses take this seriously and are looking to find slavery in the supply chains and eradicate it. But there's also, I think, something more we can do here. And it's something, actually, I'm afraid I missed yesterday because I was in Vienna at the beginning of the week. I chair our Home Affairs Select Committee in the House of Commons, and I was visiting the UN ODC in Vienna. And we started talking about strategies that they have, for example, the strategy to end violence against children, where actually they've approached this by looking at, this is too fragmented. So our approach to this crime is in silos. We look at it as the crime of trafficking. We don't look at it as the crime of trafficking that can lead to terrorism. So our police forces, our law enforcement that are tackling terrorism are looking at terrorists over there, and our law enforcement that's looking for victims of modern slavery are over there, and they're not talking to each other. In the UK, we actually have our law enforcement is run on organised immigration crime and modern slavery in the same directorate. That cannot be right. These are two entirely different and separate crimes. There is an intersection. Your immigration status makes you vulnerable to becoming a victim of slavery, but it's not the same crime. So surely we should be trying to have a holistic approach to this. We should find a way of stopping the silos, and when law enforcement and other agencies are looking at the potential that a crime is being committed, they're looking across the board at all the potential crimes that could be being committed and finding those links to root out the terrorists. And then I think there is another thing that we can start to think about, and that is, let's chase the money. And that means public-private partnership. That means working with financial institutions. It means making sure that money is not going into the hands of criminals in the first place, and then when they are making money from human beings or drugs or firearms or whatever else they're making money from, that we track that money and we find it. We need to break the business model. And I'll give you the example we were talking about earlier this week of Pornhub. Now, everyone knows about Pornhub. You may or may not watch it. I pass no judgment. But when Pornhub was found to have images that had children under 18, illegal images on it, and refused to take them down, what happened? MasterCard and Visa said, we won't let you use our services anymore. And if you're a Pornhub and you're making a lot of money from people streaming the content that you have, and they're paying you, they really do need their credit card to pay for it. And 13,000 images of children were removed by Pornhub overnight because the money spoke. And I would suggest that that's what we should be doing, and that these kind of events, where we are bringing together security experts, but also financial experts, we should be talking to each other about that public-private partnership. We should be thinking about, can we introduce laws that say you don't have just look whether terrorism might be being paid for by this loan that's going to be given by the financial institution, but maybe there'll be human trafficking, because that human trafficking might well then lead to more terrorism. So it might be a convoluted route to terrorism, but the financial institution needs to look at that. And I think that those public-private partnerships, getting the financial sector on board and getting them to recognise where these crimes are, like we do with supply chains, but let's do it actually up front with the money going into institutions and going into businesses and others. Let's try and find it and root it out and stop it in the first place. Because I think if we can have that joined up public-private partnership approach, looking in the round at these crimes, then actually we have a much better chance at solving them. Thank you very much.
Dame Karen, thank you. Wonderful remarks. Next we hear from Christian Bacanu from the Parliament of Romania.
Former member of Parliament.
Former member.
Yeah. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, Robert, for hosting this, for bringing us all together, and for having the great idea to have 2 panels on human trafficking. This shows a commitment, and this shows the dedication of this organization to fight human trafficking, and I applaud you for that. Right. But then I must criticize Robert, because I have to speak after Karen, and this is incredibly tough. You didn't give me an easy life, Robert. Right.
My favorite Christian.
Thank you. You're my favorite as well, Robert. Right. So the story goes that I became an activist against human trafficking in 2023 after I paid a visit to Warsaw in Poland, and I was briefed by the OECD on the topic of the Ukrainian kids being abducted by the Russian armed forces. More than 20,000 children being abducted. I remember we had a number of members of parliament at the same table. Karen was there, I guess, as far as I remember. And we were sharing the same emotions and crying all together, hearing the touching stories of the children that were kept in concentration camps in Russia and that were woken up every day at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, obliged to say that they are Russian and not Ukrainian, and forced to deny their ties to their families and to their country. So after that, I came back to my country, and I had the initiative to create a committee against human trafficking, the first of its kind in the Romanian parliament, and we did some work. But after 2 years, more than 2 years of being dedicated to this topic, I came to the conclusion that I'm still learning every day. So awareness and learning are very important, because I dare to say that most of us don't get the opportunity to understand how big of a problem this is for the world. So in terms of numbers, my tablet is not going. Come on, Apple. Right. In terms of numbers, human trafficking is the second most profitable crime after drugs. And from human trafficking, it is estimated that the business, because it's a business, a scourge, a criminal offense, and a business, amounts about $236 billion every year. The difference between human trafficking and drugs is that it is easier to prosecute with drugs than it is with human trafficking. Because once you get the drugs, you got them. You put them in the safe, and you prosecute the perpetrators. But with human trafficking, you've got victims. And then you go into court, and the trials last for a long time, and the victims maybe don't want to be a part of all that. And the victims maybe forget what happened because they were deeply traumatized. They were subject to forced abortions, they were drugged, they were beaten, So it's really harder to prosecute human trafficking. And human trafficking is undeniably related to other crimes. It is related to espionage. We can all think about honey traps and other things that happen, recordings. It is related to drug trafficking. It is related to corruption. It is related to whatever is evil in this world. It is related to the weakness of the rule of law, for example. And there is an overlapping of the networks and of the methods. And Karen was mentioning the Boko Haram, but there are so many other examples. There is the example of the ISIS, who kidnapped the Yazidi girls and used them as sex workers for the fighters of ISIS. So I cannot not ask myself if ISIS would have been as efficient as it was if the leadership of ISIS did not have the means to provide sexual labors for the fighters. But we've seen that in Libya, we've seen that with Al-Shabaab. We see that so many times. We've seen that in Sudan. And we see that in Europe. So, from my experience, what we need to do, first of all, is to make the fight against human trafficking be more appealing to policymakers. Yesterday, I called it sexier. It needs to be sexier because it's shocking. If anybody feels a bit tired today, maybe think about the fight against human trafficking that needs to be sexier for the policymakers. It needs to be more appealing. What we did in my country, and we had a huge, to my shame, we had a huge problem with human trafficking. What we did in the last years, above all else, we created a community of policymakers, stakeholders that are eager to fight against human trafficking and to be resilient in that. And they are not going to step down in front of various bureaucratic difficulties. Then a second thing that we need to do is to work more together. Because human trafficking is always an international criminal offense. It's above borders. Karen was speaking about the refugees that were used by Russia being trafficked as a weapon against Europe. And it functioned, right? We see that extremism has been growing in Europe in the last years. And I don't see that these two phenomena are unrelated. So we need to work together more efficiently. And we need to create groups. I am dreaming of a political establishment that fights human trafficking, a political group, a political task force against human trafficking that has members of parliaments from across Europe, from the US. I'm dreaming about the parliaments that will one day have friendship groups for the fight against human trafficking, so that we, as policymakers, have the occasion, the opportunity to meet and to discuss these topics and to see what are the best practices that were implemented by fellow countries, and not reinvent the policy making all over again every time. Then we need to see what are the best practices, what functions and what doesn't function. For example, I have been studying this during 2024, and I reached the conclusion that we need to have independent reporting bodies. We need to have different policy making for imports and exports, because there are some countries which export human beings, some countries that import human beings, and some countries which do both of those things. We need to think about ways to create a political hammer so that we coerce entities that do not apply the policies that are needed. I'll just give you an example. This is an example I have been discussing about with the IGM, International Justice Mission team in Manila this year, where I was on the occasion of the PISF Manila. Thank you, Robert, again. And they were complaining about child pornography. Because in Asia, it seems that one of the huge issues that they have, one of the huge problems, is that child pornography has been replacing human trafficking in its conventional sense, because it's easier to do and it's really harder to prosecute. And the IGM team in Manila was thinking about ways to convince the big tech companies to implement systems that shut down cameras or monitors whenever they see naked children. And it seems that the big tech companies don't want to do that for reasons related to, I don't know, bureaucracy, money, business. And if we could implement that, if we could have, for example, members of parliaments from 20 countries initiating a dialogue with those companies, I think that we could stop a lot of wrongdoings in Asia and not only. Thank you so much, and looking forward to questions.
Tremendous remarks. I might ask the first question. I remember attending a hearing with the chairman of the Federal Reserve years ago, and they asked him a sophisticated, complicated financial question. His answer is very simple. The question is, what do we need to do with this financial thing? And he said, we look at what works, and we do more of that, and what doesn't work, and we do less of that. So you've talked a little bit, Dame, you mentioned the public-private partnership, for example, but maybe you can just tell us what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, so I think I've given you the example of Pornhub, which that worked. The money, the financial institutions saying you won't have the money unless you do the right thing worked. And I think we need a regulatory requirement across all countries that makes it easy for the financial institution to do the right thing. So when I was the minister who brought in the Modern Slavery Act in the UK in 2015, and this transparency and supply chain measure was the hardest thing to get through Parliament, through government rather, because government doesn't like regulating when it doesn't have to, and this was seen as an additional piece of regulation. Why we were going to put this burden on business? Business won't like it. And it was the businesses that were saying, please, can we have it? And they wanted it because they all wanted to cross the line together. They wanted to do the right thing, but without the regulatory underpinning, without the statutory underpinning, they didn't feel that they could cross the line, and that if they did cross the line and put themselves at a disadvantage to their competitors, that they would lose out. So I think it is that it's having smart regulation, it's having the kind of laws and regulations that mean that companies, as I say, business wants to make money for its shareholders. We all get that. But shareholders don't want to invest in a business that is doing bad things and is connected to bad things. So let's find ways, working with business, working with financial institutions, to help them have the right regulatory environment, so that actually it becomes second nature for them to ask the right question and to say no when it's clear that the body trying to get the funding is wanting to use it for bad purposes.
Christian, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. Or... Okay, another question. Yes.
A question for Christian. So you mentioned that there's no international political task force combating human trafficking. What do you think it would take to set one up? Because I was kind of shocked by that revelation. Like, who needs to be brought in?
I didn't say we don't have a task force. We just had a meeting of the task force last night. Okay. I said I'm dreaming that one day this task force has members of parliaments from all European nations, US, and they are attending every meeting, and it's a serious thing functioning. And not only European and the US countries, I'm talking about other countries, African, Asian countries. That's what I'm dreaming about. What would it take to set it up? I guess political pressure and political interest. If people see that you have a nucleus that is functional and has gravity, people come. If you don't have a nucleus that is strong enough, people don't show interest. And oh well. For example, setting this topic as a priority for a number of other countries other than the US, which already makes it a priority because it has a TIP report. But if you bring, for example, policymakers that are really popular there or are really powerful, then other people will follow. You need leadership. That's what you need.
And if I can just add to that, so the task force that sits underneath this forum, which Anne Basham set up, many of the members are in this room now, We meet monthly, or bi-monthly. We meet online so that people can join from across the world, and it's growing and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But in addition to that, there is a network set up underneath the auspice of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association that Linda and I are both members of. We had a session in Nairobi in Kenya 2 years ago, where we went to go through, because Commonwealth legislation tends to be quite similar, and we went through how each country that was represented there could make very small changes to their laws that would mean that human trafficking was outlawed in an effective way, particularly around supply chains. So there are lots of these things. I think the frustration we probably both feel is that there's almost too many. We need to bring it into one big thing, which everybody feels the need to join up with and be part of. And I think that's true of human trafficking. It's also true of abuse of children. I think there's a role there for some sort of task force, some sort of network where we can share legislative ideas, we can talk about what works in our country, we can look at what doesn't work. And I think that kind of thing is really valuable and so powerful.
I would add to that, for example, in Europe, I don't know if we have more than one country, which is Romania, that has a committee against human trafficking. I'm talking about, in European Union, sorry. So in the UK, you have the all-party parliamentary group against human trafficking, which is not a committee, if I'm not wrong.
No, it's just like a friendship group, cross-party friendship group with it.
Which is good enough. But you don't see that in Bulgaria, we don't see that in Germany, you don't see that in the Netherlands. Last summer I met some peers from the Dutch Parliament, and I asked them to set up such a committee there. We had a meeting in February in Bulgaria, Sofia, asking our colleagues from Bulgaria to set up such a committee there. It is very important to have such committees in a number of parliaments, because if you have such a committee, then you empower the members of parliament to tackle this topic, firstly. Secondly, then they have responsibility, because they are empowered to do something, and if they don't do it, they have political responsibility. And thirdly, they have the resources and dedicated to tackling this scourge, right? So then if you have the members of parliament from the EU and Great Britain and the US, in the US I met Chris Smith, who's fantastic actually. He cancelled his doctor's appointment to meet me, thank you Bob, to discuss about joint fight against human trafficking. So you need such dedicated people, but you need to discover them. And because there may be a lot of people who would be amazing leaders in this fight, but they either don't know about it, they don't know enough about it, or are busy with other things.
We'd love to have you all as members. We'd really love you to join our task force.
So I want to, just before we move on, just give Senator Reynolds a chance to maybe build on some of the observations we've made.
Thank you very much. And look, that is a great question. And it's something that, as Karen and Christian have said, there's a lot of us who form networks to get things done. So we've got this task force that Anne established underneath this forum. And underneath that, we established an orphanage trafficking working group. So that is a network of parliamentarians, but also subject matter experts in the field. And we're trying new ways, and in orphanage trafficking we're having a lot of success now because we're focusing on one issue. I mean, the issue of trafficking and 50 million people in slavery is such a big issue, but how do we break these down and not just leave it to states and governments through the UN process to solve, because I think we all realise we'll all be dead and buried before 99% of the stuff that goes through the UN actually gets implemented. No disrespect to the United Nations and governments, but parliamentarians are very good at getting stuff done. And so it's how do we share, with Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the OSCE, in case of the orphanage trafficking, has just set up a handbook for all of their member states. And we're looking for ways that we can easily empower parliamentarians or others who have influence on parliamentarians in civil society to implement those. So I think it is a model that is working, but we've got a lot of more work to do, and pretty much anybody here in this room who has a passion can reach out to anybody else in this network or cold call people who are doing this in other countries. So it's actually about partnerships and collaboration and just finding people and just getting on with it.
Yeah, for example, to complete what you said, the UK was a great example for Romania in fighting human trafficking. We had a lot of meetings, discussions. Karen is a leader, one of its kind. Congrats, Karen. And they have the incredible Baroness Elizabeth Butler-Schloss, who's 92 years of age almost, and she still fights against human trafficking. And she's one of the co-chairs of the all-party parliamentary group against human trafficking. But working together is always better than working alone.
So thank you, sir. Well, thanks for your patience. Let me be the last question.
Microphone.
Okay. This may be a bit of very different, but I have worked for years with the Vatican, and the Vatican, I think, has tried with the last Pope, and I think that with can you bring that also into?
Absolutely, and the Santa Marta Group, which was set up when Theresa May was the Home Secretary under Pope Francis, working the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, law enforcement, so now Lord Bernard Hogan Howe, he was then Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, and we held, I was the Minister at the time, we held a number of Santa Marta meetings, including in Spain. We had one actually just outside Madrid, which the then Queen of Spain came to, and we had cardinals and others, and it was an incredible experience. And actually, Spain, at the first Santa Marta conference, Spain had attended, and because it was brought together by the Catholic Church, and a number of countries wanted to be part of it because of the influence and the leadership of Pope Francis, and Spain said, we just have a problem with a little bit of prostitution. We don't have any other forms of trafficking. This is 10 years ago. Within 18 months, Spain had fully trained over 200 specialist officers and had recognised labour exploitation in the agricultural field in particular, and was an absolute leader on this. And so I absolutely commend the work that Pope Francis did. I will be attending the Interparliamentary Union's Interfaith Dialogue in Rome next month, where we are hoping to make sure we can get the new Pope's buy-in to this agenda as well, because I think that leadership from the Holy See it just brought people along, and people wanted to be part of it. So yeah, and Kevin Hyland now leads the Santa Marta Group. He was our first independent anti-slavery commissioner in the UK, and an absolute force of nature, so it's great.
Thank you.
Last year in August, the International Catholic Legislative Network took place near Rome, and the State Secretary of the Vatican, Pedro Parolin, the Bishop Pedro Parolin, attended it, and also one of the counselors the advisors of the Pope for the fight against human trafficking. This year is going to take place again, and we'll see how it goes with the new Pope, but we are all confident that nothing will change.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you, Karen and Christian. At the close, we have 4,200 people watching online, and I'd like to stay on program. Please go ahead. Well, I've called on you before several times, but you go ahead.
Thank you. You know, Robert, that I am so much persevering. Thank you. First, I want to send my compliments to the task force which is created within this forum. I myself was one of the first signatories when we created it in Budapest. And as Karen said, this task force is very active. We convene very frequently. Of course, having such a long experience in politics for 35 years, I have experienced a lot of stories by women falling prey of traffickers, and in all our countries we all have such experiences. What I would suggest is that in such forum, when we have two panels with women trafficking, we have also to share some very good experiences as Christian said. Because just talking that what we should do and legislation and things like this, but I think we have also to share positive examples and successes in this fight. For example, the day of the safe internet, I was participating in the meeting in my country, and there are very active NGOs. There are very good agencies, state agencies, which are well trained in order to chase this violence and abuse in internet. So we have to cooperate, not only country to country, but also regionally, and of course to publicate more these successes in this struggle against human trafficking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank each of you for your participation. I do want to thank, we have some 4,220 additional participants who have joined us online today and yesterday. We added another 1,100 people today, new people from yesterday. So we've had a broad range of participation. I thank them for their patience as we try to stay on time and on target. So thank you, Karen, and thank you, Christian. I would like to mention before, again, yes, please. This book, Code of Honor, I've read the book. It's a great treatise on understanding the moral clarity of what needs to be done to build a commitment toward cybersecurity and how we can work in an honorable way. Thank you, David, Dr. Maurer, for providing it, and you can pick one up over here. I'm sure he'll be glad to sign it. Now, I want to introduce a very, very good friend. He's up here on the stage. I served on the China Commission with Congressman Chris Smith that they mentioned earlier. Chris has been in Congress since 1980. He is a remarkable individual, and but Bob Fu, Dr. Fu, testified dozens of times before this commission. He has a long history of what has been experienced under tremendous repression in China, probably one of the most knowledgeable people and aware people of what is taking place in that country. So, Bob, thank you, my friend, for your dedication to this cause for human rights, religious liberties, freedoms of speech, freedoms of conscience, that really gives us a clear understanding of what our challenge is against an atheistic country who seeks to control the world. So the stage is yours.
Thank you, Congressman Pittenger, for your unwavering leadership in all these fronts, including the against the religious persecution over the years. Thank you for having me here. I perhaps in this room the only made in China product, perhaps the good one. And among the human trafficking issue, there is a term called sneakhead. How many of you understand sneakhead, right? So I think yesterday, Madam Linda Reynolds from Australia used this term, the new axis of evil, right? The four countries, the China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, called CRINC, right? And I think in the past 2 days, the biggest elephant in the room, we all concluded, who poses the gravest existential threat to our freedom, really to our civilization. It is the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist China. I was standing in the Tiananmen Square 36 years ago as one of the students' leaders from my university. By God's grace, miraculously, I was spared 3 days before the massacre of thousands of innocent lives by the tanks and the machine guns of the brutal Communist Party. And many people were not aware, actually, out of that tragedy, the massacre, the brutality, God actually, in his sovereignty, generated the biggest redemptive moment of Chinese history, especially among the Chinese intellectuals. Literally, after the massacre 36 years ago in Tiananmen Square, which literally can be translated, Tiananmen means the gate of heavenly peace. And millions of Chinese intellectuals had come to Christ and follow Christ as Christians. I was just one of them after the bloody crackdown. I'm baptized by this elder pastor who spent over 12 years in the Chinese Communist Party's labor camp. Oh, sorry. And later on, after I finished my graduate school, by God's humor, I found a job teaching English to the Communist Party leaders in the daytime in the Communist Party School of Beijing. In the evening, I was an underground church pastor and also founded an underground Bible school. Later on, both my wife and I were arrested and thrown into prison for being accused of engaging in illegal religious activities until we were exiled to the United States in 1997. Well, friends, no picture can illustrate better than this one to show the current repressive nature of the Chinese Communist Party. This is in the government-sanctioned church. Before the believers were asked to sing the doxology, sing the praises of the Lord, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Chairman Mao and Chairman Xi Jinping's picture were installed with the Chinese Communist Party flag right on the pulpit, on the stage of the church sanctuary. What do they want to tell the congregation? Of course, the nature of the Communist Party, as Matt Pottinger mentioned from the very beginning of our session, is try not only to show the force, the total control of the bodies or physical bodies of the Chinese 1.3 billion people, but also their spirit, their mind. And today in China, in West China, according to the Pentagon's estimate, between 1 million to 3 million Chinese ethnic Uyghurs, most of them are Muslims, are being in the modern-day concentration camp under the Communist Party's so-called mind transformation program. Mind transformation. And to Christians, after Chairman Xi took power, or his nickname is Emperor Xi, or Chairman Mao Jr., because he removed the constitutional clause by making him the president for life, he launched 3 wars. I just briefly mentioned. The first war is war against the cross. The second war is war against the Bible. The third war against the Christian leaders. After he took power, a wooden cross or metal cross on the rooftop of the church building was declared as a national security threat in China. Talk about religious freedom and national security. I think the Communist Party of China knows this better than many Western politicians. All of a sudden, Xi Jinping launched this campaign. First, from the most open province in East Coast called Zhejiang, over 1,500 church buildings, church crosses, and then extended to nationwide. Thousands of other church crosses were being demolished, burnt, destroyed. Some church buildings, churches, you can see, were totally rubbled. the cross, a wooden cross, is declared the enemy of the state. The second war against the Bible. Well, Xi Jinping ordered all the China e-commerce stores remove the Bible specifically from the bookshelf. And today, no Bible is being allowed to be sold in any public bookstore, except in the Communist Party-controlled so-called patriotic movement churches. And the children are totally forbidden. Children under 18 years old. In fact, 2 weeks ago, there's 10 children, aged from 3 to 5 years old, were arrested with their teachers, were simply holding a Sunday school in somebody's home. And the banners is being posted like no children, no minors allowed in any one of these churches all over China. My good friend, this Chinese American pastor, Congressman Pittenger from your state, North Carolina, he was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for teaching Bible to these 2,000 children in China-Burma border area. The third war, of course, war against the Christian leaders. Well, I have to say, under Pope Francis, maybe he has a good-hearted initially tried to accomplish something better by establishing a secret deal with the Communist Party. And we don't know by far what kind of secret deal, but at least allow the Communist Party for the first time, an atheist party, to appoint bishops and other clergymen in Communist China. After the secret deal was renewed again, well, this is what happened in China. These bishops, even the Vatican appointed bishops, many of them are still missing, imprisoned, long time. Pastor Wang Yi, another friend of mine, was sentenced to 9 years after he preached the Bible on John 3:16, declared God's love to President Xi Jinping, asked him to repent and offer the salvation. That's called subversion of state power. 9 years imprisonment. He's still in the prison. And over 200 members of his church were also abused, tortured, imprisoned. This lawyer, twice nominated for Nobel Peace Prize, lawyer Gao Zhisheng, by the European Parliament, by the US Congress. Now the second time is missing after serving 5 years and previously missing for 8 years. And now this is the 8th year in August. By this August will be the 8th year, missing again. Nobody knows where he is, dead or alive. I rescued his wife and 2 children to the United States in 2018. They're still missing the husband and their father. So, friends, you're legislators. I think besides in solidarity as people of faith, we can pray. So I have some little prayer cards, and if you want, because as Christians we believe this is a spiritual warfare, and prayer is the most powerful weapon. You can certainly be a voice to speak up for them. I think every voice counts. And the Communist Party may not respond positively, but they're listening. I know they're listening even today. They're watching this. If you just put a little tweet or your social media, it makes a whole lot of difference. So as Congressman Pittenger said, I testified before him, a number of committees in the UK Parliament, EU Parliament, the UN, and The Hague, and the Communist Party does here. And we can also, of course, to come to their defense when we speak, for focus on one case, the Communist Party many times, including 2 weeks ago after we spoke up for this 10 children and with their 5 teachers, both arrested. And then next day, they were all released after we speak up. If we don't speak up, of course, we know what Communist Party would do to them. The ultimate choice, this is in a Catholic church on the doorstep. It says, 听党话, means listening to the Chinese Communist Party's words instead of the word of the Lord. On the other side of the door said, walk the CCP's way, 跟党走. As we all know from the scripture, who will hear the shepherd voice? He said, my shepherd hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. In John 10:27. That's our big shepherd, Lord Jesus Christ. He is our Lord. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Remarkable man. Thank you so much. What a life. Truly dedicated person. Well, this has been a tremendous time. Thank each of you for hanging in there to the very end. We're going to probably streamline this in the future and maybe meet from 9 to 1 and then have lunch and break for the second day. Probably would help us. But I really want to thank all of you. Thank those who watched online. Really appreciate your joining in. This has been a global forum with global participation. So as we meet again, farewell. Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Lucas. Thank you, Lucas, for all your great work. Hey!